Morning, everyone. We're starting in about a couple of minutes. Nice to see you all, by the way. So 1 minute and we're going to start. As you sit down, I'm just going to introduce myself. I'm Valentina Bucchi from ANCI Toscana, and I'm delighted to moderate today. A couple of housekeeping information really. So we are on a tight schedule, so please, for all the speakers, stick to your time lot, you know it. I think most of us, we're not native speakers, so another reminder for everyone to speak slowly so that everybody can understand it. And I remind that to myself included. Good, so I think we're ready to go. I will leave the floor to Luca Menesini, member of the European Committee of the Regions. His dedication to circular economy and a just transition strongly resonates with the inclusive approach of the HuMUS project. So, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Luca Menesini.
Thank you, dear friends, dear colleagues and partners. Welcome in the Committee of the Regions. It is a great honor to be here today for the final conference of the HuMUS project. This event and the project bring together people from across Europe who care deeply about our soil, our rural communities, and the future of agriculture. I want to start by thanking the organizers, especially ANCI Toscana, for their leadership and the commitment. Thank you also to all the speaker, partner, participants who have contributed to this important project. I was mayor in Tuscany, my homeland, and now I have the honor to lead a political group in this European institution of the Committee of the Regions. For me, it is truly moving and a great honor and also a point of pride to open this conference today for this project that started in our Tuscan territory, promoted by local administrators, and that has become truly European with 13 member states involved. This shows how the work of local communities can become European when we share our challenges and the solutions. I'm especially proud because this project has such a concrete impact on the future well-being of people across our regions. The HuMUS project is a powerful example of what can be achieved when local authorities, farmers, citizens, universities, and private actors work together. This initiative has shown that soil health is not just a technical issue. It is a matter of community, cooperation, and shared responsibility. The Territorial Management Agreement developed by HuMUS is a new governance tool that brings together all these actors to manage and restore soil health at the local level. This is political innovation in action, and I couldn't be more thankful and proud. At the Committee of the Regions, we believe that local and regional authorities are the backbone of Europe. We are the ones who see the challenges and the opportunities of rural areas every day. We know that the green transition cannot succeed without the involvement of local communities. But we have to be honest. We are facing some serious challenges. In recent months, we have seen a proposal from the European Commission that could weaken the Common Agricultural Policy cap and reduce funding for rural development. These changes threaten the environmental side of our policies, which is under attack. We cannot allow this to happen. Protecting soil health means protecting our future, our food, and our territories. The CAP is not just a policy for farmers, it is a policy for all Europeans who care about the environment, food security, and rural development. The Committee of the Region stands ready to defend the CAP and the rural development measures that sustain our farmers and the environment. We must ensure that the voice of local communities is always heard in Brussels. No rural area should be left behind. To conclude, I congratulate again everyone involved in the HuMUS project. Your work is an inspiration and a model for others. Let us continue to work together to protect our soil, support our farmers, and build a sustainable future for Europe. Thank you very much and good job.
Thank you very much, Luca. Thank you so much for touching on the most important points of our project HuMUS. Now, I am pleased to welcome Beatrice Corsi. She is a councillor for environment at the municipality of Sesto Fiorentino, and she will give an opening speech on behalf of ANCI Toscana. And her municipality, as you all know, was one of the pilots in this project with the Interra initiative. So please, a round of applause for Beatrice Corsi.
Thank you, Valentina. Good morning, everyone. It is a pleasure to be here today on behalf of ANCI Toscana to open the final conference of the HuMUS project. My thanks go to the Committee of the Regions for hosting us and to all of you for being here. HuMUS has been a meaningful and forward-looking experience for us, made possible thanks to the support of the EU Mission Soil, which enabled us to work on the crucial topic of soil health and to exchange with partners and territories across Europe. Soil is a vital, fragile, and limited resource. It regulates water, hosts biodiversity, stores carbon, protects water quality, supports food production, and provides the physical foundation of our cities, communities, and landscapes. This is why municipalities and regions must play a central role in the transition towards healthier soils. HuMUS was born from a shared intuition, the wish to bring to the European scale a way of working that we practice every day in our territory, co-creation. It's not an isolated action for ANCI Toscana, but a method we apply to all issues that impact people's lives. Through HuMUS, we were able to extend this approach to a European community of practice. Over the past years, HuMUS has shown that the soil health is not only a scientific matter, but also a cultural and democratic process. We created 34 territorial communities where local authorities, researchers, farmers, planners, and citizens worked together and developed territorial management agreements, tools that can live on beyond the project. The municipality of Sesto Fiorentino worked on the Interra project to promote a participatory path between firms, citizens, schools, and associations. The project was developed by the municipality together with the University of Florence and to the National Research Council. Many activities took place between September 2024 and June 2025. Rural talks to learn about the territory and agriculture realities, citizen science activities, focus groups open to citizens, farms, local administrators, and researchers to know the state of our soil health, to discuss possible improvement solutions and develop together a territorial soil management agreement, and educational activities and workshops in schools and a competition of ideas for high school to create the logo of the future biological district. To gain stakeholders' opinions on the risk factors for land degradation and sustainability in agriculture, a survey was launched to allow everyone to help identify the potential and critical issues to overcome. The Territorial Management Agreement regarding soil management was finalized in June 2025. This is a very innovative tool for improving soil health. The Territorial Management Agreement represents the first formalization of this path. It does not present itself as a point of arrival, but proposes itself as an open tool to guide what needs to be done. Farmers, associations, purchasing groups, universities, and citizens were among the parties to sign the pact. We have carried out various initiatives to raise awareness among citizens and younger generations about soil health. The most fun experiment was the underwear test as a citizen science initiative. The test consists of wearing white cotton underwear for a few months and eventually assessing the degradation of the fabric. The more decomposed the cotton fibers, the more active the soil life and the healthier the soil. A dedicated event, Underwear Day, organized by the association Il Binario on November 16, 2024 at the Urban Green Space House of Nature, officially launched the initiative. The event was publicized through the television coverage, press releases, and social media posts. During the event, about 20 participants brought old cotton underwear, which were buried in 3 different locations characterized by different vegetation cover: grassland, woodland, and a heavily trampled area. The retrieval of the decomposed underwear took place on May 27, 2025 at the House of Nature. And in total, about 20 underwear were retrieved and 3 different soil conditions in the green space. On June 4, 2025, during the project's final event, all the decomposed underwear which participated in the Citizen Science Initiative were shown with their evaluation sheets, and they were localized in a printed map of the municipality of Sesto Fiorentino. 6 different soil conditions across the municipal area were characterized using the underwear test, accompanied by a rapid assessment of soil color, texture, pH, and carbonate content. So, the experiment demonstrated the greater cotton degradation in undisturbed soils with respect to the field under conventional agriculture, where the degradation was much lower. In addition, within the Green Space House of Nature, the area covered by trees seemed more biologically active than the other ones. The Underway Day was a great way to involve both adults and children interested in the experiment and to talk about the soil. We have organized 3 different activities for schools. Laboratories about soil, demonstrations on soil erosion and formation, and soil biology, and building an earthworm house. The activities were attended by about 80 students from 3 primary school classes. Secondary schools also were invited to participate in a contest for the logo for the future organic district of Sesto Fiorentino. And 46 teams of high school students participated in the contest. The jury was composed of 5 experts in the fields of graphic design, communication, and marketing to ensure a critical and professional evaluation of the submissions. The announcement and awarding of the winning logo took place during the final event of the Interra project, held on 4th 2025 in the Parco della Piana at Sesto Fiorentino. In this final event, we offered participants a snack made with organic local products. I am very proud to have participated in the Interra project, and I want to thank all the people who have worked so hard and well on the participatory process. Thanks to Emiliano Bilenchi, the Director of Environment Office of the Municipality of Sesto Fiorentino, who is here with me this morning. Thanks to Serena Barilaro from the European Projects Office of the Municipality of Sesto. Thanks to the University of Florence, in particular Cesare Pacini, Fabio Mastroni and Stefano Poletti. Thanks to Francesca Ugolini from CNR and Marco Focacci from Il Binario and House of Nature. HuMUS leaves us with a solid methodology, practical tools, and a wide network of relationships. Our commitment now is to ensure that this experience can inform local policies, planning instruments, and future funding, helping regions and local authorities work together on soil restoration and care. Many public entities have already taken important steps, but we need these actions to become systemic, cutting across urban, agricultural, post-industrial and forest soils, because environmental challenges don't stop at administrative borders. Today gives us the chance to share the project's achievements, hear from European institutions, learn from the pilot sites and soil stewards, discuss remaining bottlenecks, and reflect on how to scale, replicate, and sustain the results over time. We are not only closing a project today, we are opening a new phase, a phase in which this experience can grow, be integrated into public policies, and continue to support local, regional, and European cooperation. I want to thank all the partners of HuMUS Consortium, the co-organizer of this conference, Agroecology Europe, the 34 territories involved together with their stakeholders, and the European Commission for its continuous support. Thank you all. Enjoy the conference, and let's protect the soil. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Beatrice. I really love how you brought together the local dimension of your pilot and all the awareness that you've been doing, and then the European dimension of it, and how important it was to have, you know, a way to exchange with other different pilots and work together. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are excited to welcome Tanya Hirstova. She is the mayor of Gabrovo in Bulgaria, and under her leadership, Gabrovo has become a European green leaf city and a model for climate neutrality. She's the first vice chair of the SEDE Commission of the European Committee of the Regions. Her city, Gabrovo, contributes to the HuMUS project through the Regional Association of Central Sara Planina. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Tanya Hirstova.
Good morning, everybody. It's really a big honor to be here in the premise of the Committee of the Regions with so many friends of healthy soil, which means that you are part of the distinguished HuMUS project. Ladies and gentlemen, dear Mr. Menasini, dear Francesco Molinari, it's a really big honor to be here today, and I would like to send my appreciation to all the people coming from Tuscany, which are a distinguished partner in this project, and through which we really learn how experience, tradition, and innovation can complement each other for building stronger and more resilient communities, because this is part of the ambitious goals of the HuMUS project. And I will go directly to the topic of the soil health. I'm sure that for many of us working in municipalities, this is not a new topic, but we have been dealing with it for many years, sometimes in isolation, sometimes reactively, and very often without the necessary tools, very often without the framework or the political visibility. And what has been missing actually is exactly what the HuMUS project provided. It provided a systemic, a proactive, and truly cross-cutting approach. Therefore, we are very happy to acknowledge that the HuMUS project has developed an innovative and participatory governance model for soil health. And the HuMUS did not treat soil simply as a scientific topic. It treated soil as something that it should be very focus of our today's ambitions, because it is a governance challenge. It is not only social, it is a societal challenge. It is also a cultural challenge and a challenge that demands a long-term thinking. And what the project HuMUS did is to bring together local authorities, regional administrations, experts, farmers, children, students, civil society, educators, young people, and to provide for real multi-level governance and real multi-stakeholder participation, something that I'm sure that we have to build upon. For many municipalities, especially the ones that I come from, my city, Gabrovo, belongs to Bulgaria. We are part of the Eastern Europe. And during the recent 3 decades, we have been suffering from enormous transformations, some positive, some negative. Concerning the soils, we have seen old industrial models collapse. We have seen new economic activities emerge rapidly, and all this affected the soils. Through industrial legacy, through unregulated construction practices, through fragmented land ownership, rapid urbanization, and of course the changes of the contemporary agricultural practices. But what we often needed in these challenges is the consistent methodology, a clear, practical, step-by-step approach to address soil health in a cohesive way. And because I have mentioned practice, I would like to share with you an initiative that was presented 2 weeks ago in my city. It was a small project, not a €1 million project. It is a project related to regenerative agriculture. And it engaged, you can imagine, the most positive component of our society, the children. We created a model for regenerative agriculture in one of our kindergartens. We engaged children to speak to their parents, to speak to their teacher, how important it is to have soil in a good and healthy condition. And this project, it is just at its beginning phase, because the children will now be taking care of their new gardens. They will follow the rules of the regenerative agriculture. And in this way, this, at the first sight, environmental project will become a part of our civic endeavors and will prepare us for the more important steps that the HuMUS project provided for as a discussion and also as an opportunity. And in this project, our children are learning about no-till methods, about mulching, composting, cover crops, and these are things that are translated through very inspiring practices. It was mentioned that Bulgaria, my city and 12 more municipalities, we are part of the HuMUS project through the Regional Association of Municipalities, Central Stara Planina. I see my colleagues, one of which is from Municipality of Gabrovo, and also the Executive Director of our association, of which I have the privilege and honor to be a chair. And through this project, we in our 13 municipalities, we raised the issue of soil literacy, something that provided us to change our perspective. And here I would also like to mention the importance of the work of the JRC and its EU Soil Observatory, which is a very important document that can provide us at municipal level with clear evidence-based criteria, practical guidance for us on local level, and of course tools for monitoring and collecting data, because without this last issue, we cannot be engaged with proper management and proper prevention of what it is not to be continued as a practice. And I would also like to mention once again my city Gabrovo, because thanks to HuMUS project, this year on the 26th of March, some of you were in Gabrovo. We were hosting the HuMUS Consortium meeting, and something very important happened at that period, because we, together with other municipalities, with representatives from the NGO sectors, local communities, educational institutions, even national medias, we have signed the Mission Soil Manifesto. And this is something that is, I believe, a changing moment for our understanding and for our activities with regards to soil practices and with our efforts to be engaged with the soil policies. And at that moment, which we all know that some very important document is adopted. It is the EU Soil Monitoring and Resilience Directive. We have to realize that probably all of us on European political level, on regional and local level, on educational and scientific level, we have understood that without healthy soil, there is no food security, no biodiversity, no climate resilience, no territorial cohesion. My colleague just mentioned the threats concerning the agricultural policies, which means that we have to be really united and work together. But in order to be really efficient and to move on the next level, we have to do some very, I think, simple things. We have to continue the cooperation established within the HuMUS network. We have to develop clear methodological guidelines for municipalities, because with practical advices and tools, we can be really engaged, and through us, you can be sure that our citizens and our people will also be engaged. And we have to strengthen our collaboration with academia and scientific institutions, because we need data and we need to be based on science-proved political platforms. We also have to do something very pragmatic, because it is really a challenge when we look at the data concerning the health of our soils. And we have to link health of the soil to other policy priorities, like climate adaptation, food prevention, biodiversity restoration, circular economy, food systems, education, and something that we are doing today with this conference. We have to be active and we have to be engaged with all other European partners and stakeholders, and to provide for consistent conversation on the resilience, identity and future of our soils, which is actually concerning the future of our territories. And by doing this, by capitalizing on the achievements of HuMUS, by strengthening our cooperation, I'm sure that Europe will be with us. And being in that coalition, I'm sure that we will be on the preventive, not on the risk management side. It was a pleasure to be part of this project. It is a pleasure to be today here with you, and I will be really interesting to listen to the discussions and the experiences that were part of this really inspiring project. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Tanya. You touched upon a really interesting point there, adaptation. I think adaptation really stands so much better on healthy soils because NBS, nature-based solutions, we want them to work. So that was really important. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have the pleasure of having one of the co-organizers of this event, Anna Frosini from Agroecology Europe. So Anna, could you please come here? And also, I kindly ask you to do some housekeeping too, in terms of times and the location, okay? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Valentina. And thank you also to Mr. Menesini and Beatrice Corsi and Tanya Ristova. It's really an honor and a pleasure for me to be here today. So yeah, I'm Anna Frosini. I work as Communication and Policy Officer at Agroecology Europe here in Brussels. We are the European association promoting agroecology across Europe. I'm also a proud member, though, of the Biodistrict of Calenzano. That is one of the pilots of the consortium of HuMUS. So I'm wearing a few hats today, but mostly I'm the organizer and co-organizer with ANCI Toscana of the conference. So as you've heard, the Healthy Municipal Soils has been promoting healthy soils for the past 3 years. I will not repeat much of what has been said. We did different things. We already touched upon the territorial management agreements, the 34 pilots, so the 14 internal pilots and the 20 external pilots that were gathered together through an open call. All of this is great. We might say it's still a drop in the ocean. There's a lot that we can do. There's a lot of follow-up that we hope to do after the project. Today we see the potential in co-creating with all of you in this conference, really, the way that we can promote healthy soils even further, to bring our message even further on after these 3 years. An important aspect of the conference is, as I said, the pilots. So during the breaks today, there will be a break at 11. You will get coffee and tea and sweets. Please feel free to look at the exposition we have just outside here. We have the 34 pilots exposed there, and I really invite you to have a look, to have a read, to take some pictures, to engage also, because you might also find some of the project partners that are presenting the poster to you. Before we start with the first keynote, I would like to share some housekeeping information, like Valentina just said. So, as you can see from the agenda, that I believe, if you go to the next slide, you can see it here. I'm doing like this because I always think that I have the slides behind me, which I don't, but you can all see your slides on your screen, and also people from home following the live stream, they can see them from the screen as well. We have a packed agenda, like Valentina said, so we'll try to be on time. We ask you to also be on time after the break and after the lunch break. So yeah. Toilets, there are 2 toilets on this floor. You might have seen one next to the elevators. There's also one at the end of the corridor on the left. And as for the cloakroom, we have a cloakroom on this floor. It's right just next to the room here. It's unsupervised. If you do have some important, valuable personal items, please use the cloakroom on the ground floor. It's just right next to the entrance. And this room here will also not be supervised, unfortunately, during the breaks. So if you do have valuable things, please just carry them with you. That would be really great. Of course, there will be food and water today. There's water on the stations here, you can already see, but there's also a water station just outside. So please feel free to also use your water bottle if you have it. And coming to the food, I guess that's also an important part of today, or at least I'm Italian, so I like to think that it is. The menu is fully vegetarian. There's also gluten-free, lactose-free, and vegan options for those of you who requested it. We are very proud to say that we managed to have organic and locally sourced ingredients. Of course, working with agroecology, that's a very important issue for us. And on another note, coffee and food is unfortunately not allowed in this room. Just enjoy your coffee and your tea just outside during the break. Some people are following us online. So we have people connected on the web stream, and we thank them really for being there. Some of us are also following the conversation via social media. So we really invite you to use the hashtags that you can see on the screen and to tag the HuMUS project to try to even bring this message even further. So yeah, without further ado, I will give it back to Valentina, and thank you all for being here.
Thank you, Anna. Thank you so much. So now we... Well, thanks again to our guests. Now we move on to the first keynote session, which is about the EU policy framework to protect and restore soil health. So please welcome on stage Carole Esclapes, Mirko Barbero, and Christine de Scampellare. I hope I got it right. Perfect. So actually, even Arwen Jones from Wales should have been with us today, but couldn't join us. Probably is joining us online. I don't know if that's happening or not. But I'll leave the floor now to the first speaker, who's Carole Esclapes. She's from the EU Commission. She's part of a soil mission secretariat within DG Agriculture and Rural Development. So Carole plays a role in supporting research and innovation, helping to shape policies that safeguard soil health and promote sustainable agriculture. So she's going to give us a presentation on the EU mission, A Soil Deal for Europe. Carole, the floor is yours.
Good morning. No, it's okay. But my slides are already on the computer. Yeah?
I'll double check. Yeah? No, not yet. Alice Light.
Yeah. Thank you. First, thank you for the invitation and the opportunity to present the updates on the soil mission. Okay. Okay, so here, okay. Let me briefly remind you that the Mission Soil is the implementation tool of a more broader EU supportive framework for soil. So with a political angle that is quite active, because since the adoption in 2021 of the European Soil Strategy 2030, which laid down the objective of achieving healthy soils by 2050, we had many initiatives and many legislative regulations and initiatives that were adopted. So I listed them on the slide, but also more recently we had again a recall of the importance of soil in the vision for agricultural and food from our commissioner, and also a link with the water resilience strategy with the soil water retention function. And lastly, the soil monitoring, soil monitoring and resilience directives that was adopted, but my colleague will go more into depth in that. And we have also the long-term data and knowledge hub with the European Soil Observatory. The mission's main goal is to set up 100 living labs and lighthouses by 2030, but it follows also 8 specific objectives that are soil challenges that are also reminded here. So about desertification, carbon storage, soil sealing and urban soils, soil restoration in context of soil pollution, soil erosion, soil biodiversity, and also the question of soil literacy. And the mission is implemented through activities under 4 what we call building blocks. So the first one is research and innovation program. The second one is living labs and lighthouses. The third one is soil monitoring. And the fourth one is soil literacy, communication, and citizens' engagement. And my presentation this morning is to aim at giving you the updates for each of these 4 building blocks. So the first building block about research and innovation program. So the mission as the work program 21 until 24 represents an investment of 469 million euros and 63 signed grants covering around 1,400 participations. With the work program 2025, we will reach an amount of 561.5 million euro, and the work program 26-27 should be published before the end of the year and will provide more funding opportunities. As you can see on the map, the mission covers the mission's geographical coverage is quite broad, and we are quite happy with that, with also a quite good representation of diverse participation organization type as SMEs, universities, research institutes, but also public authorities and NGOs. And here you can see in a glimpse the 63 projects that were signed to date, and we divided them into thematic categories, so you can see the wide spectrum the mission soil projects are working on and all the soil health challenges we have to address. And you can see HuMUS, of course, in the soil literacy and citizen engagement. And to improve their work or to facilitate and to organize synergies, the Mission Soil has organized clusters of projects. So there are 3 horizontal clusters on communication and stakeholders engagement, on data and knowledge, and on indicators. And there are 2 newest clusters on thematic issues, one on pollution and one on business models. The second building block is the main objective of the mission, is to set up 100 living labs by 2030. And here the mission is well on track because we have already set up 45 living labs coordinated under 9 projects and representing an investment of 107 million euros. They are covering very different land uses, so agricultural, forestry, urban, industrial, and also different biogeographical regions, continental, Atlantic, coastal, alpine or boreal, and also different soil challenges, so desertification, pollution, and brownfields. Here again, the participation by organization type show a very diverse profile of the organization taking part to these living labs. The third building block is about monitoring soil health. So I'm a bit uncomfortable right now because my colleague from JRC couldn't come this morning, so I won't cover his part, but I have to mention the EU soil degradation dashboard that was developed in the framework of the European Soil Observatory, and underlines the good cooperation that the Mission Soil has with the JRC soil team in ISPRA. And that's showing also that the Mission Soil is not working in silo, but in cooperation. And on this specific monitoring angle, the Mission Soil project, there are 25 Mission Soil projects that are working on indicators and methodology to monitor. So we are quite focusing on this work because we count on that work for supporting member states by implementing the newly adopted soil monitoring law, and also the land managers to make informed decisions, and finally to contribute to common agricultural policy. So the current one, 2023-2027, we had a study that was published 2 weeks ago and shows that the first intervention of the first contribution of the CAP intervention has allowed some improvement on 6 soil health indicators. So it's a quite interesting study. I invite you to read on our website. And we hope that our work and the work of our projects will also contribute to soil issues in the next Common Agricultural Policy 2028-2034. I'm checking, I think I I've covered everything. And the last building block is about soil literacy, communication, and citizen engagement. And here you see nice figures of what we've reached. I would like to underline the manifesto that was launched in 2023 and has been now signed by more than 3,500 signatories. I invite you to sign it either as individual or on behalf of your organization. And it benefits from a large political support now and also international, because our commissioners Rosval and Hansen have signed it last year, and also UNESCO and African Union have backed it. The second thing I would like to highlight is this ambassadors program that we've launched also in 2023 and will last until 2028. We selected 49 profile persons upon diverse profiles, so communicators, practitioners, entrepreneurs, to help us to improve the soil literacy in the society, and also the outreach, enhance the outreach towards civil society, and mostly at regional and local level. So we have selected 49 ambassadors covering all EU member states and 21 Horizon Europe associated countries. And you can see also some interviews from these ambassadors on our website, of course. And last update, very fresh, we organized 2 weeks ago the 3rd edition of the Mission Soil Week with the Danish presidency of the Council of the European Union. This year's edition was focused on business model and investment for soil health. And it was the occasion to discuss the newly adopted soil monitoring law, but also good practices from member states, like Denmark's tripartite agreement on multifunctional land uses. And we, as follow-up, we are organizing a dedicated conference on the financing of the transition towards more competitive and resilient agriculture in spring 26. In general, we can see that this edition, I don't know if some of you attended, but it was quite a big success with both good attendance online and on-site. And for those who weren't there, all the material will be available on our platform, so please don't hesitate to visit our site. And to finish, I would like to congratulate HuMUS project, because the project contributed to engage with the soil user community and society at large through pilot case studies that were involving the quadriplegic stakeholders, that it was presented by the previous speakers. It also increased soil literacy in society across the member states through the catalogs and the training program that is available online, the soil stewardship program, right? And it contributed also to the territorial dimension of the mission by involving local and regional authorities and developing regional soil health communities. So I thank you for your commitment, your work and your contributions, and this morning for your attention.
So next we have Mirko Barbero. Mirko is the head of the soil team. Sorry. Mirko is the head of the soil team at DG Environment. He plays a key role in developing the EU soil strategy and the new soil monitoring directive, which he's going to talk about now. He will explain how this law will apply in practice from the national level to soil districts and units. So, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Mirko Barbero.
Thank you very much, and thank you for this opportunity to present and to speak a bit of the soil monitoring law, which is it has been recently adopted, signed, and we are looking forward to the publication in the official journal, which will hopefully happen next week. So that will be available in all languages for everybody. But let's see, first of all, why we are happy of this new law, so much expected law, because actually, yes, we have a problem and an opportunity. The problem is the status of soils in the EU, because it has been estimated that 60 to 70% of soils are in a poor condition, have at least one aspect of soil degradation. And this is a problem because soil health is essential for life, for our well-being, for actually soil has the capacity to provide ecosystem services. And this is, when you have degradation, this capacity is lost. And either you have problems in producing food or biomass, or you have problems with the water cycle, and then you have also increased impact from disasters, from natural disasters like flooding, but also from droughts. Then you have problems with the nutrient cycle, and then you have you don't have a contribution for addressing the issues of the climate change. You are not able to adapt anymore. So soil, when it's degraded, is a problem, part of the problem. And when it's healthy, instead, is part of the solution. So we need healthy soils. And the trend was going in the negative way. So it was clear that only voluntary initiatives, only monitoring, only research, that was good, but not enough. We needed a frame, a legal frame, for taking action. But taking action needs to be local. You cannot take action at EU level. There is no predefined solution that if you apply to soils, it works everywhere. You need to go local, look at local conditions, look at local situation, and have involved the practitioners, the local authorities, and everybody. So the soil monitoring law has taken this into account, and I will go into a bit more details on what that's about. Very general scheme. So first of all, it covers all soils, not only agricultural soils, but also forest, urban soils, and all soils. It's a directive, so it means it's directed to member states, and they will have to transpose this directive into a national law. They have 3 years to do that. And it's a flexible tool, and there is a lot of flexibility really in order to adapt to the specific local situation. While we are coming last, if you want, in the environmental legislation, but this is an advantage because we can build on all what is existing and be consistent with all the other initiatives, including the nature restoration law and also the climate legislation. We are also taking into account a lot of the very different situation in member states, which has evolved without any EU legislation, has evolved in very different directions, where there are a lot of good practices, but there are also some issues to be caught up. And just because there are a lot of knowledge gaps, and thanks to the mission soil, some of those knowledge gaps are being filled in, we are starting with a staged approach. We do the best we can do now with the knowledge we have, defining soil health in a certain way, with indicators to be measured and so on, with the idea to learn from all the new knowledge that will become and from the implementation. And in 7 years and something, there will be the review and evaluation of this directive. And hopefully we will be able to even improve it forward. So when you look at the hexagons on the right, there is the objective, which is not binding. It's just an aspirational objective which gives the direction where to go, what is the intention of the law, which comes from the soil strategy. The vision for 2050, all soils are healthy. And but we start by setting up a monitoring framework, so we are able to assess the local condition of soils and be able to say, here we have an issue, here we want to intervene, here we need to provide support to the practitioner, to the local authorities in terms of information, in terms of advice, in terms maybe of research and knowledge. Then, obviously, you need a governance. So you need competent authorities. And there the solution is to define soil districts, which are administrative units actually, But the member states, they are left to decide what they prefer, if regions or lenders or macro regions. So this is up to member states to choose the best one. And then there are the soil units, which are more specifically for, let's say, homogeneous units of soil, where it makes sense to apply statistics and define a sampling design to be able to conclude to the status of soils. Then in the center, you see there is support, which I was speaking about, and then there is a specific aspects of land take. It's not about forcing member states to decide on their land use planning. This is by the treaty, European treaty, that's let's say the competence of the member states. It's rather looking at the impacts of artificialization of soil and minimizing it and compensating it as much as possible. And then there is the whole chapter on contaminated sites to identify them, register, making them public and so on. Indeed, the information to the public is a key aspect on that. This, because it's also empowering, it is also allowing at all levels to work together and to cooperate for healthy soils, because they are in the interest of everybody. So maybe just to focus then on the regional and local level. So the local variability of the conditions, both of soil but also socioeconomic, are taken into account and embedded really in the conception of the soil monitoring law. The governance is applied. It goes from the national to the local level, and it intends to involve all the actors. All the measurements and assessment are intended to provide really the right data and information for taking decisions at local level. And then the idea is to really to provide the support, and research will be a key actor there. So it's important to work also together with, and we are working together with our colleagues in the research. Just a quick look of the perspectives in terms of timing. So 3 years for the transposition, but yeah, you don't see anything in the slide, but there will be a big work to be done by the Commission, because we will have to provide the member states with support documents with all the knowledge they need to transpose and to implement it. In 1 year, 1 year and a half, 2 years, we will have to produce a dozen of documents working together with member states. So that will be, we have already started, as it will be a really intense work. And then you see the various deadlines for the different obligations of member states, but it will be all working together with the idea of going towards healthy soils, involving all the levels from the EU to the local level. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mirko. And having good data means increasing the chances of having very good planning and very good actions on the ground. So thank you so much for your work. Now it is time to welcome on stage Christine de Scampellare from Pan Europe, where she advocates for sustainable agriculture and works to reduce the impact of harmful pesticides across Europe. So today she will talk about the main bottlenecks in achieving healthier soils, biodiversity and safer food systems. So the floor is yours. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you very much for the invitation. What I heard from the previous speakers was already very inspiring, and I look forward to hearing more about the results of the HuMUS project further today. So indeed, I work as policy officer for agriculture at Pan Europe, and our organization strives for, on the one hand, very robust risk assessment of pesticides, and on the other hand, to phase out harmful pesticides and replace them by truly ecologically sound alternatives. Maybe I would like to start with showing this quote, which it's in the book of Georges Monbiot called Regenesis, and the book focuses on how to feed the world without devouring the planet. And the first chapter, very rightfully so, starts with soils. And the whole chapter focuses on the enormous complexity of soils, their various functions. And actually the whole chapter is based on the author looking at soil in his own orchard and actually looking at how much life a very small amount of soil contains. And yeah, it's of course very well known, I think, especially by the audience here today. And it's been said, soils have an enormous complexity that is even difficult sometimes to grasp. Like the amount of micro and macrofauna they contain is enormous. And this also goes together with an enormous complexity of their interactions. And especially also because of their complexity, they provide an enormous amount of functions, of which most of them we know very well, but also many of these interactions have yet to be further discovered. And an example is, for example, decomposition. We find it very normal, but without healthy soil life, things would just not get decomposed. So it's really things we often see as very normal. Soils are really crucial to provide these functions. It's also been said, but so soils have been deteriorating at an alarming rate. Up to 70% of our soils in Europe is unhealthy. And also the EU Soil Observatory dashboard has been mentioned. So up to 89% of agricultural soils show signs of critical loss of functions. So there's multiple threats, among which pollution, erosion, droughts, drainage and land take. And this also has a huge impact on soil life, which has detrimental impacts in general for the different functions of soil life. And within these different threats, I would like to say a few things on pesticides, as of course they are a major pollution source for our soils. And I won't go into the details due to time constraints on all the slides, but I thought it was useful information to have if the presentation is shared afterwards. But so available data, I mean, the data we have on pesticides show they are widespread in our environment, so in soils, of course, but also far beyond where they are applied. So they're in our water, air, indoor dust, plant, crops, and they also drift over far distances. They can get transported through various ways. And to focus on soils, we know that from available data that about 97% of samples in agricultural area also contains pesticides, and 88% contain mixtures of various amount of pesticides. And what is also very important is that many pesticides are shown to stay in our soil for a very long time. So when pesticides are analyzed, they found that actually a smaller portion, still a large but a smaller portion, is due to pesticides very recently applied, but then a very big fraction is also from pesticides used some years before or many years before. And an example is, of course, DDT, which has been banned for many, many years, but it's really a legacy pesticide, so to call. Time magazine has once named it as one of the worst inventions because of its detrimental impacts, and we're still living with these impacts today. So they also see in these studies that the predicted environmental concentrations in soils are often that are used for EU dossiers for active substances, so in view of authorization and recommendations for their use, they often underestimate the true concentrations present in the field. So these are all very important findings. And also here I won't go into details, but then on the impact of pesticides on soil biodiversity, the large review studies are very clear. So their impact is detrimental. They really erode a substantial part of global diversity, and they threaten ecosystem health. So both insecticides and fungicides and also herbicides, they have very direct impacts on soil life. Also this is an important study carried out also within the SPRINT project on pesticides, an EU-level project that also found that most of the residues found in soils are hazardous among more to species living in soils. And then, yeah, I would of course also like to refer to the impact on human health. There were already very interesting citizen science projects called Today that were carried out within HuMUS. Also recently it was in the newspapers again how key it is for children, for example, to be in contact with soils. They really see concrete results for their immune system, their gut health, their gut microbiome. And on the other hand, yeah, there's a clear link between the pollution of our environment among more soils and increased risk of a variety of health conditions. So we are in this situation that we need a healthy environment for both our physical and mental health, which is also underlined by health organizations, by health insurances. And at the same time, we are dealing with a very polluted environment, which we are so dependent on. So I think it's very important, not only for pesticides, but for the wide amount of chemicals used and spread in our environment, that the decisions we make today really impact and can impact for a long time. And that can be very positively as part of solutions we really need, but decisions can also then negatively impact us and our environment for a very long time. Also here, just to touch upon this, because it's key, also in the risk assessment of pesticides, there are very big shortcomings at the moment, which are broadly acknowledged. So, for example, the mixture effects are not adequately taken into account, but also the long-term chronic effects. So already at that prevention state, at the authorization, the risk assessment, a lot of work has to be done to make this much more robust and to ensure this is stopped, that very harmful chemicals are authorized, and then also there are very big delays in removing them as well. Then on the EU policy to protect and restore soils, so we already heard about the Soil Directive, which will be key, but there's related to pesticides also, for example, the European Directive on Sustainable Use of Pesticides. Maybe many of you know that directive here, but also this directive is really key regarding soil health, because one of its main obligations is the implementation of integrated pest management, which really means focusing on preventative measures. So do everything you can do to make your system, your cropping system, less vulnerable against pests. And that, of course, starts with a healthy soil. So when this directive would be very well implemented, we would already make also great steps toward healthier soils, especially then in agricultural areas. And the fact that this directive, that the implementation is still lacking in many ways, is also confirmed by AgroWise, an EU-level project that recently published also its key findings. And they also conclude, the researchers there, that we need to do much more on really the prevention side. So not only take some measures like only rotation or only some crop diversification, but really do an active design strategy in our cropping systems. And many farmers are already doing that, of course, to really increase resilience and make our systems much more robust and less vulnerable against pests. So this was a key outcome of this very interesting project, and you can find the recommendations online, of course. Then on the EU Soil Directive, I will be short because Mr. Barbero has already mentioned it elaborately. But we think it's a key milestone to finally have a common ground at EU level, a policy framework to work together on soil health. And it will lead to extra data, which is very much needed. It will support capacity building also at local level. And the assessments made will then again feed into to informing the needed actions also at local level. But we think what is in there, we think it's not enough, and we regret that also the provisions on sustainable soil management have not made it to the final text, as of course so much is known already today that we really need to implement what we know is needed today and then work further on that with additional data. So the ambitious implementation will be key, and also at local level a lot can be done there. So to maybe a short recap to what is needed, we think a full ambitious implementation of when it comes to pesticides, and an example of this legislation, for example, the Sustainable Use of Pesticides Directive is key. but also focus then really within that on prevention and active system design of our cropping system, to really tackle the shortcomings in risk assessment, an ambitious implementation of the soil directive. And also the CAP, of course, should be a key tool, should be really transformed to a key tool to support truly sustainable practices and to support farmers in making further steps needed, providing also this independent high expertise advice that is still very much needed in many places. And these advisory systems we hear often from farmers, they are often lacking in concrete advice on sustainable soil management, on IPM, agroecological practices, organic practices. So this is also a key need in this regard. And then just to show, of course, like many farmers across Europe, as you well know, are doing that and are really leading the way in restoring soil health and overall ecosystem functioning. And they also see clear results in restoring soil life, for example, better water infiltration, less need to use pesticides due to fostering biological, natural pest control. And for example, the project IPM Works is very relevant in this regard. They have shown that also at local level by really creating regional hubs of farmers, fostering peer-to-peer learning, that really works and leads to amazing results in reducing pesticides while keeping a good productivity and profitability. And we also had a recent report on farming beyond pesticides, if you're interested, which highlights farmers across Europe, but also municipalities, for example, cities, really phasing out or completely halting pesticide use in public spaces, for example. And then really to conclude very shortly, I wanted to mention the Solo Soils for Europe Horizon project. We are included in this consortium in the think tank on soil pollution and restoration. And the main aim of this project is to give recommendations on key research needs on soil. So really recommend on the research and innovation agenda and see what the key research needs and the key needed actions are. And for that, we are working within think tanks with a wide amount of stakeholders. And you're very welcome if you would like to join one of these think tanks or provide feedback at some point or be updated on the project. You can reach out to me or to other coordinators of the project. And next year there is a large conference of the project in Portugal, and other EU Soul Mission projects are very welcome to join in some way. So very welcome to reach out to us on that. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much, Christine, and thank you for touching also on the human health dimension of soil health, really. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for questions. We're thinking of whether to have a Slido or not, but we're here, all of us, and it's so much nicer to just ask each other questions. So if you want to interact with the speakers, you've got your microphone there. Go ahead. Any questions?
Good morning. I have a... Yes, now it does. Okay. Good morning. My name is Francesco Molinari. I will speak later on behalf of the HuMUS project. I have a question on the new directive for Dr. Barbero. You all know that most of the discussions that will follow today are about initiatives and trials of participatory soil governance at the municipal and regional level. I would like to ask Dr. Barbero if there is any mention or opportunity for a replica rather than an instantiation of some of these approaches and techniques within the scope of the complex process of adoption of the directive that you kindly illustrated to us. Thank you.
Should I answer already? Or? Okay. So this is not only a directive for member states. If for the member states and the Commission has a strong role, is called really to support a lot. And one of the obligations for the Commission is to facilitate exchanges of good practices and information and so on among member states. So if there is a good example at the local level, municipal level, who has implemented and profited of this, that would be probably one possibility to for one of those meetings and discussions, and this could be one means to propagate and to multiply as a multiplier. I'm sure that also research could also help in that point. We can work together. That's the idea. Resources are limited, so let's unite our forces and make the best out of what we have and what we can. But I'm sure that also local experiments will have the possibility to be known and multiplied at the EU scale.
Hello, good morning. My name is Paola Migliorini, University of Gastronomic Science, Italy, and Agroecology Europe. I have a question for DG Agri, maybe more for the political issue than for research, but anyhow, just to pose on the audience. What about the soil emission law and the next carbon farming, the next CAP, and the, let's say the problem of, I would say, future policy in order to support farmer, for example, also the organic farming agroeco scheme that sometimes are not possible to cumulate, no? So they are not, they don't, even though they do excellent job on soil, they don't access other source of funding for example, no-till or cover crop, because the region decide not to cumulate but to separate. So I think that this is very a difficult issue for policy.
It's a bit out of the field of research and innovation, but as you mentioned, it's a decision of the region when implementing the plan. I think it's because you have to deal with the managing authorities in this case. It's not the responsibility of the European Union that gave the opportunity to do that in the regulation. Then it's how it's implemented at the regional and local state, I would say. But it's, again, it's out of the research and innovation field, so I wouldn't be too...
Any other questions? We've got some exciting music in the background. Any other questions here? Yeah, there you go.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I'm sitting here because I'm helping. I'm Matteo Metta, Agroecology Europe. I'm the policy manager, and I have a question for the Commission, DG Agri. It's about how we can translate research into policy. For instance, there has been a lot of research into carbon, and the Commission translated that into a carbon removal and certification framework. So I wonder if out of this project, HuMUS, which shows participatory governance approaches, but so many other living labs and so many other experiences of territorial approach to soil health, I wonder if the Commission will, because it's the only institution who can put forward legislations on its own initiative, right? I wonder if there will be a serious commitment to put forward, for instance, a European law that recognize participatory governance approaches. For instance, in Italy, there has been a recognition of the biodistrict as a way to regulate at landscape level, but it's only a national initiative. And wouldn't it be nice to have a European framework that recognize these experiences and mainstream them elsewhere? So that's, I know it's more an interface between policy and research, but I wonder if this could be something that the Commission can take on board.
Well, I can already answer from the point of view of the DG Environment, so the policy, soil policy unit. When you want to solve a problem or take an opportunity, you have always to check first whether the law is the right tool. So in this case, I'm not sure. We would need to elaborate a bit, and maybe it's not the time to do that now. Because you have also voluntary tools. You can have promotion, you can have within research, because research is quite large scope, and not only creating new knowledge, but also promoting and sharing this knowledge. So to be discussed what is the best tool and what the EU could do to promote that. We can have a separate discussion. Thank you. I don't know if you want to add anything from Agri side.
Maybe on the research and innovation side, you see that we have already enlarged the spectrum of participatory actors with this quadruple helix. It's not anymore just scientific research institute and universities, it's broader than that. And within the Mission Soil Secretariat, I mentioned the cluster that we have created, to help the projects work together and work on the policy feedback they can give to the institution on the project's results they have. So I think we can help to structure these results to be really translated into good political recommendations. But as the next steps as far as the next step is concerned, it's not anymore in our hands how it will be dealt within the other policies. But it's something we aim at to really promote what our project's findings are.
Any other question? Yes?
Do you hear me? Good morning now, thank you. My name is Samuele P. I'm Policy Officer of Tuscany Region and Secretariat of the ERIAF Network, European Regions for Innovation in Agriculture, Food and Forestry. I'm very glad to listen to the speakers, and I greet Carole Esclep for her new position, and is very it's very good, the introduction that you made, and my question is related more to the new financial framework. Do you think that the new budget can affect in the future this kind of missions like soil missions, and because you know better than me that this kind of activities need time, resources, constants, and they have to be considered at all levels, local levels, but also European level, has a truly real priorities for having a positive impact. We're all talking to preserve and to have a better soil for the new generations. So that's why I know that it's not easy question, but if you can share some thoughts and maybe some concerns from your perspective on how, when the negotiation on the budget it will be over, can be, how is the impact of this new budget, also priorities on this kind of missions and project. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the tricky question. Yeah, I can only talk about the mission fate, and the mission was created with a limited timeline, so it's supposed to last until 2030. So I think it was really recalled in the proposal in July that the mission will be conducted until 2030, and it means that we will be there as long as the projects are running until the end of the projects, of course. But for the years after and the further development, I cannot I cannot express anything. Sorry, it's outside of my end and of my role. So I hope it's answer a bit.
Thank you. Yes, good morning. Francesca Riccardi. I work for the Free University of Bolzano, South Tyrol, but also for the province of Bolzano. Just a quick question. I know that our province will invest a lot of money in setting up a land register, so to collect soil samples. The question is, I don't know if there are some similar examples foreseen by the Soil Monitoring Directive or in all the projects, Mission Soils, that also you showed in the slides. Just a curiosity, because I think it's a very good initiative that our province is implementing, will implement. Thank you.
So, thank you very much for the question. Yes, indeed, the archiving of the soil samples is something that is also covered by the law, and it requires member states to have an archive, indeed, either national or local, or it can be also a part of the samples kept by the Commission in the premises in Ispra from the Joint Research Center. So there is flexibility also there. We will see what Italy will decide, but I think it's a quite good practice to maybe to be considered and copied. So make it known, and I'm interested in knowing more about that. Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we are running on time, which is great news. So a round of applause to close this very first session, and now we're going to open the second one. Thank you, speakers. So I'm very excited to welcome on stage our director, Simone Gheri from ANCI Toscana, and my colleagues Anna Laura Vannuccini and Francesco Molinari, who've been at the heart of this project, really. Floor is yours.
Sorry. Good morning, I'm Simone Gheri, I'm the director of ANCI Toscana. ANCI is the association of all the municipalities in Italy, all the Italian municipalities. And ANCI Toscana represents the Tuscan municipalities. We have 273 municipalities in Tuscany, from Florence to Capraia Island. And I would like to thank the Committee of the Regions for hosting us, and the European Commission, and especially Mission Soil, which gave us the opportunity to work on soil health and supported us during this beautiful journey. I also want to thank all the project partners and the municipality. In Tuscany are Sesto Fiorentino, Fiesole, Livorno, and Siena, okay? And Calenzano. And I would like to thank Anna Laura Vannuccini and Francesco Molinari, who coordinate the project, and they speak after me. Our goal is that the tools of this project, starting with the territorial management agreement, will continue to be used and shared, not just stay inside the project. And this will require work and a good collaboration. In general, about the European project, we believe, like ANCI Toscana, that taking part in them is very important for local administration, for our local administration. And it's not only about getting funds, but also about looking around, abroad, learning from other places and experiences, building a long-term vision, discovering new ideas and policies, building useful partnership. And ANCI Toscana works as an umbrella organization, offering our municipalities strategic vision, project skills, and support them in good and strategic alliances. And the pilot action that we develop can become good example for others and can also guide regional policies. And our approach starts by listening to the needs of the communities, working with good partners, and combining European, national, and regional resources in the best way. And for us, the HuMUS pilot project show that this method works well, for us, very well. And today's event marks the end of this project. But for us, it's also the beginning of a new phase in which each of us commits to giving continuity to the work done. And let's do it together. And so, thank you, and good work.
So now I leave the floor to Anna Laura Vannuccini and Francesco Molinari. Now, we all have brilliant ideas on paper, and HuMUS was one of those, really, brilliant ideas. But then it takes a huge amount of effort and love to turn ideas into practice and to really ground them in communities. So fair play to you, really, for carrying out this incredible work together. Fair play to you.
Okay. Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank all those who made the HuMUS project possible. Those who wrote it, those who funded it, those who supported the project, and those who implemented the activities. And also those who shared our news, results, and those who are following, that are following our work with interest and will make use of our results in the future. This consortium, together with all the pilot territories, has truly become a large family, one that has demonstrated real passion for participatory processes for soil health. So thank you, all of you. It has been a real pleasure working together. So now let me begin with a quick overview of the HuMUS project. HuMUS is a 3-year project running from 2023 to 2025, involving 18 partners across 8 European countries. Together, we implemented 14 internal pilot sites and 20 external pilot sites selected via cascade funding and financial support to third parties. And our main objective is to contribute to the EU Mission Soil Deal for Europe by fostering constructive, multi-actor, interdisciplinary dialogue at municipal and regional level. In those dialogue, local communities composed by quadruple helix stakeholders co-identify together and co-develop the problems and co-develop solution at the municipal and regional level by adopting a multi-actor and participatory approach. I want to share with you some achievement. We shared and we produced some tools and in particular a training program for soil stewards that is available online, and my colleagues Maite Gallego from Fondesit will talk about this interesting training program later on. We consider also a key achievement the strategic cooperation with European stakeholders, in particular, of course, with the Mission Soil, but also with the Mission Soil funded project. And I want to thank the Soil Mission to encourage us to cooperate all together with other European funded projects, not only mission projects, but also projects funded by other programs. I want also to thank, in particular, our external advisory board. Was really a pleasure to work with them. They come from important European network such ERIN, ERIF, ENOL, but also from the National Research Council on Italy and many other important research centers. So I want to really thank them for the cooperation and collaboration with the HuMUS consortium. I just want to share with you this map. Is a map that gather together all the pilot of our project. You can see in green also the new replication site. So now we have 34 active pilots that co-create the territorial management agreement on soil health in this different location in 26 regions from 16 European member states and associate countries. And in green, you can see the new 18 replication site. To give you an overview of the impact of the HuMUS project, right now we have involved more than 500 stakeholders and organized more than 200 events organized by internal and external pilots. The internal and external pilots organize all those events, not just to disseminate the HuMUS results, but also to co-create what we call territorial management agreement on soil health. Territorial management agreements, we have here in the room Paola Migliorini that later will explain what are these tools. But is a tool, useful tool that we create in HuMUS and use in our pilots, of course. And I can share with you that is a useful tool to empower local entities to engage with local stakeholders, identify problems together, and co-create short, medium, and long-term solutions. And this instrument provides public entities and authorities and local stakeholders with an important document that can gather together objectives, ideas, and solutions to be implemented. This tool represents a solid starting point for developing local initiatives and projects to be implemented or integrated into local and regional strategies, plans, and programs. In HuMUS, we have co-created 34 territorial management agreements, and we gather more than 300 signatories. This is just to show you the important variety of the HuMUS pilots. I think that we create a critical mass of people engaged on soil health and supported by public entities. And you can see the poster session, how each pilot was implemented at the local level. Few information just to show you that the participatory processes and the territorial management agreement cover more than one, in some cases, more than one mission soil objective. For example, reduce land degradation, conserve and increase soil organic carbon, reduce the soil sealing, reduce soil pollution and enhance restoration, prevent soil erosion, improve soil structure and biodiversity. The same for the 20 external pilots, but one mission soil objective is covered by all the 34 pilots, that is, increase soil literacy in society. And with that, I will pass the floor to Francesco Molinari to the final remarks and conclusions. And I want to thank you for your attention.
Grazie, thank you, Anna Laura. Good morning also from my side. Let's go to the final part of this introduction, and then, of course, questions and remarks from the audience will be welcome. We are finalizing our project by the end of the year, and so not all the activities have been finalized in time for this conference today. One of those that are still running are connected with a pilot survey which we launched among the 34 members of this community, asking them to reflect on the obstacles they could identify in this pathway that we encouraged them to adopt. And as you can see, results are still provisional, but there is already some interesting information highlighting as the most significant issues some that can be brought to the attention of policymakers, both at the local and regional levels and also EU-wide. For sure, we have an issue of representation of soil issues that are not perceived with all their urgency, as the mayor of Gabrovo was mentioning before. There is also, as a starting point at least, an issue of coordination among stakeholders, not all of whom are ready to join public places where discussions are started on the current state of soil at the regional or local levels. And then there are other obstacles you can see in this list. On the other hand, we also have evidence that these obstacles were not taken as givens, but ignited reactions to try and overcome them. Some of the most noteworthy initiatives which we could gather from this provisional survey, like I said, are listed here, and they range from, we might say, a general call to flexibility in identifying at the same time agreements that could be considered as binding in their provisions, but also subject to review and change across time with the changing conditions of the external environment, which for us doesn't only include the technical aspects of the matter, but for example, the electoral cycle is a relevant issue to mention when we think of the local level, the regional level, with the possible alternance between majorities in the councils that are being elected or re-elected. But there is even an a more interesting aspect, probably the most important of all, which we summarized with the label of institutional anchoring. Especially in the beginning of our study, preparatory study for the activities that then followed, we noted that probably as a derivative of the lack of focus on soil issues as a priority, we also miss this dimension of institutional anchoring, of embedment of soil as an issue within the scope of the regional and therefore local policies. So in this sense, it would be welcome and also a challenge for us to continue monitoring this evolution. As our director, the director of ANCI Toscana previously said, we are not leaving our post just because the project is going to an end. We will continue acting in different ways. One is certainly to monitor the evolution of these agreements and the extent to which, especially in champion regions like Tuscany, where a considerable number of pilots have been run during the 3 years of lifetime of HuMUS, if there are conditions to scale them up in the framework of new and innovative policies at the regional levels. And then there are also other strategies which I don't have the time to comment in detail, including the provision of data and information, which is evidently the basis for any concrete discussion, and the issue of local funding, local financing for these kind of initiatives. So let's summarize the key insights, and then I will pass to the recommendations and I will finish. We have 4 main insights to share, even with those who are following us remotely, and hopefully to make them messages for a broader audience. First insight, evidence is significant not only because of the need of making discussions concrete, but also because evidence helps to build trust and help the different interests of involved stakeholders converge into constructive dialogues. Second, we talked a lot and we practiced a lot the concept of participatory soil governance. Participation is a keyword, is also a buzzword in some way. Participation cannot be improvised. We are convinced of that, and so our wish for the future is that if new similar initiatives occur in the future, they should be presided over by experts, professionals in the domain of participation. Institutional anchoring, I already mentioned that. A reference also to praise the good job done by Agroecology Europe in making today's event possible. I believe this partner of our consortium has a special gift of putting together the generic competencies, generic in the sense, I will make it clear right now, on communication and dissemination with the specific competencies of the domain. I think this is an example, not the only one. We could maybe search if there are similar examples at the local level to help the processes we are talking about materialize and become more successful. So in a nutshell, but it was already presented by Anna Laura before me, tangible outputs are listed here. They also include contents that will be presented later today, so I'm not focusing on any specifically. There was a huge effort on producing and distributing original knowledge on the topics of our interest, and like Anna Laura was mentioning when introducing the green bubbles on the map of Europe, we are already trying, if it is meaningful to speak of replicas of the initiatives that were part of our project, funded with little money maybe, but funded in any case, and new initiatives that can give continuity in different sites without having any financial support, but only the legacy, exploiting the legacy of our project. And let me specify that we did have more than 15,000 stakeholders involved. That is what we wrote, and we are ready to document in writing. Recommendations, my last slide. Priority from our point of view is to work with member states, with regions, to embed the concept of soil health and the correlated policy initiatives within regional planning. This may not be done without considering the provision of stable funding mechanisms, where the emphasis goes to stable rather than funding, because occasional and even significant funds are already available, like in the case of the mission soil. But what we are mostly talking about are opportunities that should be scaled down, narrowing the focus on the regions we have been exploring as pilot sites. Facilitation capacity, participation not to be improvised, is another recommendation. Communication, also diversifying communication at the level of the different target audiences, which may include children and new generations that most of us mentioned in their talks. And finally, this movement might need long-term support to keep stakeholders engaged after the signature of the respective territorial management agreements. This is what exceeds the scope of our project, but in some way we will try to monitor and follow the evolution of the TMAs even after the end of this project. Other people before me thanked warmly the members of this consortium, which are in part, only in part, seated in this room today. I think the vice versa hasn't been done yet. So I would like to greet all the participants to this conference today and thank for the participation in the final event of an exciting journey for us. You can still follow us if you want.
Thank you, Francesco. Thank you so much. As I was saying, implementing projects is never an easy job. And there's a person here in this room that didn't join us on stage. It is Elena Conti. She's the coordinator of the EU Projects Office in ANCI Toscana, and she's amazing. So a round of applause for her too. And since we work a lot on resilience to climate change, soil health, she decided to surround herself by women. We are resilient by nature, so yeah. Okay, so ready to stop for some coffee, I believe, which is going to be served in the nearby room. But before we do that, if you don't mind, Anna Frosini has asked me to kindly ask you to move towards the center of this room, all of you, because we're going to try to take a picture together. So please stand up and move, like the ones on the right towards the center, the ones on the left towards the center. So try and stay there for a couple of minutes. We've got a professional photographer here, so we have to take advantage of the situation. Thank you. So I kindly ask you to go back to your seats. Please go back to your seats. Thank you. So I think we're ready to start again. I know that it's so nice to have people to talk to, you know, the topics that really are part of your daily work, but we will have time for that later, you know. Thank you. There we go. So I think we're opening the very first panel session here. So it is dedicated to the HuMUS methodology and territorial management agreements. So let's turn now to the how behind our work. I'm very pleased to welcome Alberto Mataran Ruiz, who's a professor of regional planning and environment at the University of Granada. He's been instrumental in developing the participatory methodologies that support the EU Mission Soil at local and regional levels. So today he will walk us through the HuMUS participatory method. Please, Alberto, 5 minutes, because we need time to, you know, for the discussion. So 5 minutes for you. And then 5 minutes for Paola. Yeah.
Buenos días. Good morning to everyone. Thank you to the organizers, to ANCI Toscana Agroecology Europe and the Committee of the Regions for this activity. I'm just showing very quickly the HuMUS methodology. The HuMUS project is a project that is based on participatory methodologies from the very beginning. So the idea of coming from the European Union policies to local and regional policies has to be all the time related to the question of people participating on the application, because people will be more concerned and more, let's say, more involved in the reality of the European policies if they can participate in this practical, let's say, the practical application at this level. According to that, I'm not sure whether I can, yeah. Great. And well, there are some data of the HuMUS project that have already been described. I'm not going to go deep on this question, but yes, on the question of how the methodology has going on. The methodology is based on the idea of participatory research and action. This participatory research and action is based on the question of having a pre-diagnosis developed by the technical teams, by the dynamization teams, that were based on different kind of institutions and organizations that were committed to the reality of soil health at local and regional level. And this pre-diagnosis has to be followed according to this scheme with a kind of socio map, which is based on the tool of sociogram, which has been very useful to develop the stakeholder map, which is a basis for participation, identifying who are going to be the actors that have to be involved in the process, and also identify their position, because the question is not only to identify the actors, but also identify their position related to the question of soil health and territorial management agreements that will be explained by my colleague Paola Migliorini. And the next step will be the diagnosis. This step is based on the self-diagnosis, which is one of the key questions also in participation. I will go straight on to this step, and I will come back here. This participatory diagnosis is very important because gives what we call a self-diagnosis. And the reality of the success of this methodology is based on two different things from my point of view. One is the real identification of stakeholders and their capacity to be involved in the process. And the second one is the reality of the diagnosis being developed with the involvement of these stakeholders. What it means that the stakeholders have already discussed the situation of their territories as a baseline for this project, for the project in their own land. It means that the diagnosis is a self-diagnosis, so they understand the diagnosis as their own ideas of what is happening in their territories, and it gives a lot of let's say importance to the process, because the self-diagnosis includes a proactive way of developing the actions to improve soil health. It means that the self-diagnosis will give the baseline to develop the territorial management agreements that will be not only an agreement but also support for the action that they are going to develop according to their analysis of what's going on with the soil health in their territories. And I will finally come back to the first step, which is how we launched the project, the process. The process was launched with the idea of Mission Soil, signing the Mission Soil manifesto that has been signed by all the partners and all the pilots in the HuMUS project, in the beginning of the consortium, but also with all the pilots of the projects that were financed with the cascade funding of the projects. It means that this signing of the Soil Mission Manifesto was one of the biggest provocations of the participatory process. Participation needs to be provoked. We cannot tell people, come here and then discuss things about your territory. We need to provoke people to be involved in the process. And in this case, which is not that common, European Union policies were helpful to provoke this participation because of different things. One of them was the possibility of having some funding and support to develop actions to improve the quality of the soil health of their land, so to improve their own land. And the second one is because for the first time probably they were, let's say, properly and directly listened by the European Union, national and regional and also local administrations according to the reality of their land. So I think this is I think probably this is one of the things that help the success of this soil mission and the HuMUS project. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Alberto. Sorry for the microphone. It was unplanned. Now, please welcome Paola Migliorini. She's a leading figure in agroecology and a professor at the University of Gastronomic Sciences. So, having worked at Agroecology Europe and IFOAM, she's been a driving force for our project. Drawing from her experience with the Varaita Valley pilot, she's here to illustrate the territorial management agreement guidelines and their results. So thank you so much, Paola.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everybody. Yeah, I just continue. We decided to share the presentation also to keep the time that is, of course, running. So what we did, let's say, inside the HuMUS project was to discuss and also co-design how our TMA should look like. Because when we started the project, we had this somehow task, this engagement, but it was not something already developed by others. So we had to, with co-creation activity, discuss and dialogue and decide what was useful tools in order to become active political forces in order to drive changes into the soil. So during the second workshop, because the diagnosis and analysis of the territory, we did it in a first workshop according to the project task. Then the second workshop, we started also to discuss more in details how an action plan should look like. So before the identification of the main goal and the main problem of a territory, we should also discuss with the quadruple helix approach what could be an action plan. So how we can solve some problems and who are the one responsible to do it. So these are just some picture from the Piedmont region second workshop. And then we developed a TMA template, so we share with all the partners of the 14 plus 20 pilots these guidelines. So what are the TMA common guidelines in order to develop the TMA? So first there is a description of what is a TMA, because again it was not something clear for everybody and it's not something already given. So for us it was a very good achievement to understand that it was a let's say, is not a contract, but however is a agreement that at the end should be signed. So anyhow, there is a formal embracement, something that people actively decide to carry out. Then there is the description of the territory, then the objectives, and also the result of the analysis, the main objectives. And then we developed these simple guidelines, so a kind of table where each TMA should include a specific objective, in particular the one already framed inside the European Soil Mission, so taking inspiration from there, concrete action that each territory decided to carry out, indicators also to monitor, because again, it's an ongoing activity. As before Anna Laura and Francesco said, the TMA is not something that is finished with the project, not at all. It's probably the starting point. Now we have to understand how to carry on the work, and so the list of indicators are something important in order to understand how we will monitor and how we will account the action in the different territory. And then, of course, who and when, who are the different stakeholders involvement and responsible for the action. Sometimes are farmers, sometimes are citizens, sometimes is the municipality or regional authority, sometimes are the researcher, and so on. And to go very quickly, but let's say what was one of the next step after the TMA was finalized. This is the list of the 14 pilots. We had to ask for signature, and this was probably the most difficult part of the project, and it's something that we open now, but it's an activity that we will continue to carry out. This is just an initial results. However, in total we have more than 300 different signatures, as already been said. But as you see from this quick table, for example, some region or educational institution are somehow lacking, so it's much more the participation of the farmer, of the sometimes NGO, academia is present, but very often the real political representative are not so able, so it's not so easy to achieve a signature. I conclude saying that this process was really very exciting. It was something that we learned a lot. In each TMA, it's difficult to balance economic and environmental interests, because very often, as in all sustainability issues, they are sometimes contrasting. As I just said, the involvement of policymakers in soil protection is not an easy task, and also to identify the clear roles in the monitor activity is something not so easy when we develop the TMA, because again it's a responsibility. So the learning lesson that in this project that was really very interesting for us and for the 34 territory was how to scale out also this activity from local activity to a more regional one. How to increase the stakeholder engagement, and also the TMA should go pair-to-pair with the education and training activity, because of course we all educate ourselves about soil, that again is something not so visible and not so present in our mind, in our mentality, in our sense. And so in general, how to keep the TMA something that will have a future and will be implemented in the next years. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Paola. Thank you. So now we heard about the methodology, the guidelines, so let's move to the ground, to 3 pilots that are going to share their experience with us. I'm going to start with Jamila Bentran. It is a pleasure to welcome you here on the stage. She's the coordinator of Quartier Fertile, an initiative of the metropolis of Lille. Her career spans from hands-on environmental work to strategic foresight. She now focuses on safeguarding and enhancing soil as a vital metropolitan resource. So the floor is yours. Please, 3 minutes, and then we're going to go to the next pilots.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Jamila Bentrar from Lille Métropole. I am delighted to have this opportunity to share with you the result of our project. The name of our project was Revolves for Rival and Valorize Life of Soil. But before, let's start by presenting some information from Lille Métropole. It's an urban and public authority. We have more than 1 million inhabitants, 90 municipalities, 61 acres. 50% of our territory is involved in agricultural activity, and we have 2.4 billion euro yearly budget in order to act in different policies such as economic development, transport, culture, water, energy, and agriculture too. About our history, Lille Métropole knew a very big urban and economic development thanks to the textile activity during 1 century. Unfortunately, at this time, textile activity was really a symbol of job and houses for all. Unfortunately, at the beginning of the 60s, textile activity collapsed due to the international competition, and today we have still a lot of social difficulties and unemployment, and we have also a lot of brownfield. And this brings us to our case study, the site of the Trichon, located in Roubaix. Roubaix is one of a powerhouse city in France. And this brownfield is due to a lack of investors during more than 5 years. And in 2016, the situation changed because of a proposal from a collective of urban farmers. We decided in 2018 to sign a first governance charter with partners involved at this time in order to create the condition for construction. Unfortunately, at the beginning of the project, soils were polluted and not compatible for food, and we have decided to begin a soils research program for 2 years. At the end of this project, we have now a soil compatible with we have an organic certificate, but we have to go further because we have difficulties to balance the business model. And HuMUS project was really an opportunity for us to go further and to update our charter thanks to the territorial management agreement. And we have also decided to, with researchers, to apply the ecological accounting tool with the goal to reveal the real value of soils. Not only financial value, but also environmental value and social value. We know, thanks to the project of Urban Farm of the Trichon, we know that we create environmental value because we restore function of soils, especially fertile function. And we know that we build social value because we build a link between inhabitants, cooking workshops, spring festival, partnership with school. And we have, with this context, all stakeholders involved. And the main achievement is we signed the territorial management agreement on June with the goal to preserve and valorize our soils. The ecological accounting tool allows, thanks to the CARE methodology, comprehensive accounting in respect of ecology, allow the MEL to measure what value is being created and in what quantity, with the goal to generate the free provision of MEL land in exchange of the creation of environmental and social value. Thank you. I think it's the end.
Thank you so much. So next we have Pietro Romano, urban planner at the Municipality of Siena, leading the San Miniato Urban Gardens, which was part of the 100,000 Gardens in Tuscany initiative. He brings extensive experience in combining urban policy with community-led projects, a core value for the HuMUS project. So now the floor is yours. 3 minutes, please.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks to HuMUS for the opportunity of sharing our experience and to be here in this place. I feel like a common house. And I'm here with my colleague Marcello Sacco, and we are bringing the greetings from the project partners, the 3 municipalities, Siena, Sovicille, and Monteroni, and the Agricultural Institute Bettino di Casoli, and also from the working group. CIPAS is the acronym that stands for the with feet on the ground, and the main pillars of CIPAS are the social model. The main challenge was bringing together groups that don't usually talk to each other, and so we connected public administration, small farmer from organic district, and association, professionals, and for sure school system. The second pillar is the project structure. We organized 3 days of meeting in a representative location of across the territory. And the 3 days included hands-on activities, training session, and small group discussion, plus informal breaks like lunch, just to relax and to support social relationship. The third pillar is the co-design. Thanks to the effort of Co-Design Toscana, one of the team members of the CIPAS, we have developed a comprehensive toolbox just to support the entire participatory process. Sorry. Okay, and I forgot to change the slide, sorry. And this is the 3 core pillars. And the next slide, moving to the highlights, our focus is on peer-to-peer transfer knowledge from the expert to the Agricultural Institute student, and from them to the younger student. The second element, it was the direct participation of the deputy majors from the 3 municipalities in the discussion groups, and it was great, and it achieved for the first time. Looking at the impacts, we are very satisfied. We had 800 people participate in the 3 days, CIPAS 3 days, and 300 people was informed through our collaboration with other local initiative on the territory. And the CHIPAS questionnaire received 80 contributions. Exploring the agreement, last July our partners signed the TMA. That is a 5-year program on soil health, and the TMA provides the creation of a steering committee to coordinate indirect activities. Membership of the TMA is conditional. Signatories must sign the Soil Mission Manifesto and appoint a dedicated soil steward. About action, in short term, our focus are on all knowledge and literacy. We are organizing a public event for the World Soil Day on 5th December, involving the professionals, local professionals. And about governance, we are going to establish the steering committee with the project partners by January 2026. In midterm, the main goals are to developing good soil management practices through our pilot projects, such as the organic district and common goods in urban context and also in rural. Risk reduction, tackling hydrological instability, which is an urgent problem to the heavy rainfall and the resulting damage suffered last spring. Integrating the last one is integrating the soil, the value of the soil health in the new planning tools, in particular the strategic plan and the green plan. Well, we are very happy of the process and the result, and so thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Pietro. Now we're also joined by Martin Simeonov. He works for RAM, Central Stara Planina, and also for the municipality of Gabrovo. He plays a vital role. Yes, sorry. I know I do that all the time. Sorry about that. It's okay. I've done it to other people. You can do that to me. So he plays a vital role on the ground, connecting local institutions with farmers and foresters who manage our land every day. So the floor is yours.
Thank you. First, a few words about Gabrovo. To know the terrain, the city. Municipality of Gabrovo is located in the central part of Bulgaria, and the town lays along the Yantra River. The area of the municipality is around 555,600 square kilometers. The population in December 24th is about 63,500. Gabrovo municipality has experience in implementing green projects, and it has a well-developed administrative capacity. It also works together with external experts in soil protection and cooperates with organizations and institutions focused on soil health. The terrain in Gabrovo municipality is mainly mountainous and hilly. The soils are influenced by the geological structures, the relief, the continental climate, and the vegetation cover. The main soil types are acidic, dark gray, gray and brown forest soils. The Gabrovo Territorial Management Agreement. In 2024, the Gabrovo TMA was created after a series of meetings with institutions, experts, farmers, and local citizens. The involvement of participants and the development of the agreement were entirely in line with the HuMUS project methodology. The agreement brings together farmers, politicians, foresters, experts, organizations and citizens to protect and restore the soil health in Gabrovo. We discussed on these meetings challenges, find solutions and set a clear achievable goals for sustainable soil management and recognizing the role of soil in climate change, biodiversity and food security. One of the challenges in engaging citizens is that RAM Central Stara Planina mainly works with municipal administrations and institutions, which makes it harder for citizens to reach and recognize us. The solutions was to target a group of local citizens who work with soil, such as farmers, hobby gardeners, landscapers and others. And then we signed the TMA. Who signed and why? In February 27, 2025, the agreement was signed by the institutions: Municipality of Gabrovo, RAM, regional administrations, Gabrovo, Gabrovo Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Regional Inspectorate for Environment and Water, the village of Balanite, which is a village in Municipality Gabrovo, citizens and local farmers. The most important things, the goals of the agreement are raising public awareness, building a sustainable stakeholder community engaged in soil health, and improving the soil management. By signing the agreement, all stakeholders commit to contribute to its goals by providing resources like time, experience, financial support, experts, to sharing data and maintaining communications to ensure sustainable soil management in Gabrovo. The agreement is an open document and can be signed by other institutions and interested parties. It can also be replicated by other municipalities, adapting it to local conditions and stakeholders. And as we say earlier, the TMA is just the HuMUS project is just a start of the TMA, not because the project ends, but the TMA starts now. Thank you for the attention.
So thank you so much. Now we open the discussion a little bit. The first question is going to be an obvious one, but probably also the most interesting one for anyone wanting to replicate this experience at local level. So which were the greatest obstacles that you faced in your pilots and how did you overcome them? Because these are the most useful lessons, I'd say. So this is mainly for the pilots, but feel free to jump in.
I also have a pilot.
Very good. You do. You actually do. Baraita. Anyone who wants to take the...
For example, for us, CHIPAS project, the CHIPAS project involved 3 municipalities. And so for this region, from very beginning of the project, the challenge was how to build a participatory process that would be representative of the 3 municipalities. And we faced this challenge by organizing CHIPAS meeting in location representative of each territory. And this choice offered the opportunity to highlight the diversity of the single territories and their beauty, which is the result of a long interaction between historical, cultural, and environment processes. This is one of the solution to the problem. Thanks.
Thank you. Does anybody else want to?
Our main challenge is to engaging citizens because we work with institutions in RAM. So the citizens often they do not pay much attention to events or news related to soil health issues. Our solutions was to first meet with institutions and experts whose works is related to soil in order to better understand the local challenges, whether they are field-based, legislative, or both. Then we targeted citizens, as I say in the presentation, who are involved in activities that touch the soil, whether as a farmers, hobby gardeners, and etc. Once we had a more detailed picture of the problems, we began to discuss them with this target group of citizens in order to reach common understanding and solutions to challenges related to soil health and soil management, sustainable soil management.
Very good, thank you. Does anybody, yeah, Paola? Yeah, there is.
Yeah, if there is time, I would like to give you an example of a very sometimes contrasting activity, tension that happens. We are talking about a mountain or pedo-mountain area where there are, for example, pasture, permanent pasture and grazing, with the cow very often. And there is a contrast between local shepherds, so people that live in the mountain, that produce their own cheese and they have maybe a low amount of animals and leave the area, with, for example, plain, quite intensive meat producer that apply. Of course, in the CAP there is, in a good way, there is the opportunity to use the mountain and the pasture, because the final goal is to keep the environment, to keep the ecological value of the pasture. But very often there is a competition because the municipality receive offers, and so due to the fact that they need economic resource, the winner very often is somebody that do not live in the area, come there only to exploit the pasture, and instead of a positive effect, there is a negative effect. So this is a contrast of two politics that, in theory, of course, they are very good, because the original idea is to enhance the pasture and to develop the area. But sometimes there is a contrast between scale, dimension, and again, economic and environmental issue. This is just an example. So in the TMA, it was very evident that what we need to achieve was not to protect the pasture, to avoid erosion, to have a number of a number of animal in a proper herds dimension that can sustain the specific pasture and so on. But on the practical side, there are other politics or other subsidies that go in a different direction. So this kind of tension, this is just one example. It's full of these contrasting examples, different politics that, again, do not really alienate it. This is just one. But I think it's give an idea. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Paola. Does anybody else want to jump in?
Yes, I can add something. I think the main obstacle is around the soil is very complex, and there is a lot of vocabulary. And for us, around our territorial management agreement, we have had different stakeholders with different interests, with different approach. And the very first step was how to build a common vocabulary, how to build a common objective to begin to start the next step. And I remember it was very hard at the very first step.
Thank you so much. What you were saying is so crucial, having a common language. You have to build that from the ground, and you also, it's not about asking people to come to you to hear about your European projects and whatever. It's somehow finding a way to pop up in their daily life, and it's never easy. But thank you so much. Now I think we're going to move on to the second question, which is for Paola. That's you again. So let's focus on the territorial management agreement of HuMUS. How can we make sure that more and more local authorities start using it in an efficient way? I know that's a big question, a really big one. I know you can answer. That's yours.
Well, I hope that we can build the TMA with additional funding. So, like we were also discussing before in the coffee break. So, how to make the TMA something really concrete and that will have a future and a concrete, practical approach. What we can probably look at is to combine multiple sources of funding. So from one side, the research, from another side, research funding. So for example, the Horizon. We know that the soil mission law at the moment do not have any resource. So this is also a very strong limiting factor, concrete. But we have to look in a creative and very collaborative way with the multiple approach. So each of the single individual group of stakeholders can bring with a common vision, some ideas to co-finance. Of course, we need to be creative and also very alienated in the final goal in order to work in the same direction. This is what I think.
Thank you, Paola. And now the next question is for everybody, really. So signing an agreement is just the first step, you know. How can we effectively monitor the implementation on the ground to make sure that it really works? So how do we, of course, we heard about indicators, et cetera. Also, I think something that is really interesting to explore is the qualitative impact of such experiences, especially on the people taking part. So there you go. Yeah?
I can go. It's also related to the answer of Paola. It's probably if we can develop or the TMA can be still be managed by a kind of soil health community that could be established after the signing of this territorial management agreement, that could help to assess the overall achievements. So that could help to develop agroecology, food sovereignty, and soil health at the local level. From my point of view, if you involve communities in the design and the approval of this kind of territorial management agreements, you can still involve those communities in the application and the evaluation of the process. In particular, I believe that the administration should help creating such as these communities, including such a kind of councils. I mean, we got environmental councils, councils related to gender, councils related to other kind of things that are important for the territories. So we might need to start creating a kind of local councils that will help on soil health, or introduce the soil health communities into the other councils in the local governance. That could help with this process of qualitative assessment and also of the possibilities of development of the territorial management agreements in practice, far away of or further or more. Let's say more related not only to the European Union financial support, but also on the improvement of the activities at the local level and the participation of the stakeholders. Thank you.
And now, just to show that this project has roots and is going on, we're not talking about an end today, but really just a passage, let's call it that way. What are the next steps for the post-pilot phase? How do you envision the replication of the HuMUS model elsewhere? Do you already have plans? Does anybody want to go first?
Our next steps are to continue sharing experience and good practices with other municipalities that are members in around Central Stara Purena, by meeting them and talking with their experts about sustainable soil management. Also, we are going to continue disseminating the information and the knowledge about the soil health that we gained and continue to gain through the HuMUS project. And also we will continue to engage stakeholders, whether institutions, citizens, or others, and raising their awareness and focus on soil health, especially.
Does anybody else want to add something?
Yes. Yes. For HuMUS project, the replication is possible. I share some opportunities. The organic district involved farmers from association and 5 municipalities in the territory, but only 2 municipalities participated in HuMUS project. So the organic district, which is one of the project partners, can be a driver of the TMA in the other municipalities, supporting the transfer of the HuMUS project in terms of methodology and result. And so this is one of the key. Another driver could be the professionals. A delegation of professionals took part in the participatory process, and some of them are available to sign the TMA. And we invited the professionals to participate in the round table for soil health for the public event on the 5th of December. And it will be the official day to launch their engagement in the project. And so all these tools can support the enlargement of the project in the territory.
Very good.
Thank you.
And Jamila, do you have plans for replicators?
Yes. Regarding replication, from the mail, maybe it's another point of view. It's a bit different because we are directly involved in the project because Lille Métropole is owner, and the idea is to get inspired with thanks to the Rivers project, to generalize this approach, which consists to propose free provision of male land in exchange for the creation of environmental and social value. And the main idea to go further, it's my ambition. I try to propose this approach at the scale of Lille Métropole, is to build a financial mechanism because Lille Métropole lead the urban plan. We are directly involved in all urban development projects. And we know that on the one hand, we have actors who restore source function, and on the other hand, we have actors who degrade source function because of urban development. And we know in this case, we have to realize an impact studies, and the idea is because of the legal framework, you have to compensate the project who degrade soils. And maybe because we know on the one hand actors who degrade soils and on the other hand actors who restore source function, maybe we can find a finance mechanism. And it's really thanks to the Rivers project that we can maybe go to scale up this approach. Thank you.
So I would also love to add that we have a replicator here with us, the municipality of Livorno, with the local chairperson for environment, Giovanna Ciapparello. Giovanna, if you want to say something about our experience in Livorno, we brought together adaptation and soil.
Yes, that's what we did because we are involved in the AdaptWise project and we are trying to build a resilient community on a small scale, which is very important because Livorno was a theater of very bad flooding with 8 people who died. So it's very important for us to develop adaptation strategies. And with HuMUS, we try to combine in a participatory way. And I think it was a very nice experiment because the engagement of people, I think, worked quite well, which is one of the most difficult issues that we have to face In fact, I was wondering because it turned out this morning that there is a lack of maybe empowerment of people about the importance of soil health. So I was thinking that maybe it could help to try to develop a common imagination about that, because it really helps a lot. Like, for instance, for the climate change, we have some icons like, you know, the white bear on a piece of ice, which is kind of emotional for everyone. So I think maybe we could try to work also on this issue, like developing a common imagination on the importance of soil health. So I really thank ANCI Toscana, because this is a very good occasion for us to, you know, to share our point of view and to learn from you. So thank you a lot.
Thank you so much, Giovanna. So, any questions from the participants? Jump in. Feel free.
Okay, I'll take the chance to raise this question to Alberto or Paola. I really very much liked your first slides on the methodology that you used. And I liked how you linked soil health with land stewardship. And I think this is very important for agroecology, because we don't see soil separated from land access, problem of land. We heard it before. The flooding are not just a single farmer, but it's a landscape problem and solution. So the question I have for you, how useful was the agroecology principles and the agroecology concept in implementing this project? Because you know very well that agroecology is not using soil health just to sell credits or soil carbon credits. Otherwise, we will be called regenerative agriculture. You know, many of you know that regenerative agriculture is very linked to food industry and to the pesticide industry. That's why McDonald's and BASF and all the financial capitals are supporting that. Agroecology is different, right? And it sees soil and land together and believes in a food system transformation. Of course, not to have more McDonald's, but to have more municipalities working together and to have short food supply chain. So a broad question for you. How useful was the agroecology framework?
Thank you for your question. So we consider the complexity of agroecology and the complexity of addressing agroecosystems as complex systems, and mainly the question of the social involvement within all these processes in the link between land and agricultural activity and soil. So there's always a community around. So our point was to develop like a methodology that will address this complexity. That was our point. Within this question, we consider, for example, when we are talking about short food supply chains, for example, we can have big actors doing short supply chains. We have big retailers buying directly to the farmers, but it is not a short food supply chain. It is not complex. It is a direct buying with two different levels of power, with still a very bad treatment to the producers, which is a big problem on the food system, on the global food system, and the European food system. So we understand introducing agroecology within this framework, introducing participation, that we need to organize a complex discussion within the whole food system and within the whole territories, including all the actors with the same level of influence, which is something that is not easy, but we want to develop. And finally, we want also to increase the complexity of the administration. It does not mean to increase bureaucracy. Nothing to do with that. we know that bureaucracy is a problem also in many parts of the rural areas. That's a reality. That's problematic, and we need to solve it. Not reducing the environmental assessments and whatever, but we need to solve it. But to increase the complexity of the administration in terms of the complexity of the people who are involved in the decision making, of the people who are involved on the actions related to the local projects, increase the complexity of the overall the definition of the practical work on site. And it is related to all these questions. And we didn't do it trying to increase the work done by the administration. We did it giving, or the stakeholders or the soil stewards, we did it giving as much as advice as possible, as much guides as possible, and as much simplicity as possible within the methodology. So that's our point, and I think that could be helpful to address all these challenges that are very important for our future. Thank you.
Thank you, Matteo, for the question. For us, we of course, being an agroecology research, we focus a lot in the agroecology principle, in particular in two steps of the methodology. In the first workshop, when we had to develop the SWOT analysis, there we concentrate on environmental, political, social, and economic dimension of the problem of the soil, and there we provide to our stakeholders group the list of principles in order to also create a transition vision for the future. So, for example, in that moment we discussed also how the interlink of the 13 principles of agroecology are all connected. So to foster synergy, co-creation of knowledge. So we dialogue in that respect. And now also I answered to the question before as a replication strategy. So now we are linking our TMA pilot in the Cuneo Valley. So we started in Valvaraita, we move in the other valley of the Cuneo, and now we are moving in all the Pedo and mountain area of Piedmont region, with also linking with the agroecology partnership funds, because for us it's a natural moves. And so, for example, in these weeks, we are developing our agroecological living labs in different parts of Piedmont. And of course, a lot of the discourse is also about soil. So we are trying to interlink as much as possible all these connections. Thank you.
Sorry. Question for the Italian pilots. Did any of the pilots build on pre-existing collaboration pacts? Patti di collaborazione? Cioè, qualcuno ha capitalizzato su precedenti?
In Siena, since 2014, we have common goods rules, and since from that experience was born many projects on the territory, especially in Siena, in one of the 3 municipalities. And all this group participated in the process, and they support the initiative, and they could be important supporter of the project just for good practice of the care of the land in urban and peri-urban area of the city, just to tackling the abandonment of the land, which is an important problem. Okay.
Yes, thank you very much for all the interesting presentations. I have maybe a question more for the pilot site representatives. I was wondering, related to pesticides, so pollution and restoration is an important aspect, and I was wondering if one of you could elaborate a bit if the aspect of pesticide use was also really more concretely taken on board, for example, by looking at current pesticide use in a municipality, and then in participatory ways with farmers, advisors, look at how to possibly reduce. And yeah, thank you very much.
Maybe I can share with you our experience about Lille Metropole, and it was very new for us. It's always innovative approach for us to develop agriculture activity on polluted soils, and now Lille Metropole is involved in different soils research program. And we signed a first soils research program maybe from 5 years, and we signed the soils research program with urban farmers, and they were directly involved. And the urban farmers had a role to involve inhabitants. It's a local association, and it's easier for Lille Metropole to work with this representative of the local inhabitants. And they play a role between administration and between researchers, because they have their own vocabulary, and thanks to this contract led by the mail, we create conditions to help them to organize workshops, to share results, to have a Facebook and website to share events. Yes, I think the main information is that when administrative, when public authority have a tool, has this soil research program, it's easier to exchange directly with local representative. Yes, I thank you.
I just want to add an information. Let's say, as a TMA of the mountain area, we didn't have this as a main goal, because it's a very, let's say, rural area now with no problem of high pesticide use. However, we detected a lot of municipalities in Piedmont that have declared glyphosate free. So they, by municipality, by the law, they decided to not use and to ban the use of glyphosate to, for example, clean the public park or the kindergarten area. However, all the green area that are in the town, for example, Bra, the municipality where I live, and Alba already applied this since 2017. So it's already something that's going on, and it's more and more spread. What I wanted to mention is that as a citizen, now I speak, I don't know how much they control. I mean, the area now to clean is given to very often cooperative, or anyhow, again, there is this fraction between environmental issue and economic issue, because we need to check if actually the company that deal with it do not use glyphosate and use other means like acetic or salt or other kind of mechanical means. So, thank you.
Yes, I'm Natalia Rastorgoeva, Free University of Bolzano. I have a question to all speakers, and I'm wondering, after signature of TMA and after all steps of the HuMUS methodology, which reaction and which perception do have the stakeholders? Do you have any examples of their feedback? I mean, how do they feel and what do they think about it? Like, are they interested into this spreading this experience or disseminating or involvement of other people, or just in briefly and from the practical point of view, how do they react and what do they think about it? Thanks.
For Lille Metropole, from start of the project and to the day that all stakeholders signed the TMA, their perception evolved positively around the soils. It's not exactly the same goal because all stakeholders who signed the TME are directly involved around the soil that we want to develop because the goal is to develop an urban farm. And we have seen, because we have really different stakeholders, we have I don't know the word in English, buyer, it's owner of a social building. We have a school of infirmier, of medicine. We have urban development. We have a lot of different stakeholders. And I remember at the first step, they are only interested by their own interest, and they understand during at each step of the different workshop that the soils will be. It's more a common, more than a common objective, but they understand that soil will be an opportunity for their own projects, and thanks to the TMA, we have identified their interest. We build a common vocabulary, and we've seen the evolution of their perception.
Yes, thank you. Oh, please.
Just to say another answer about your question, in our pilot, the number of the participation and also the answer to the questionnaire show a real interest on this field. I mean, on the soil, but also on the territory and about healthy territory health. And people ask to new activities, no? To go to study more and to have new information about all this this topic. And sorry. And another important element was the point of view of the student. For example, from the technical agriculture student, they follow all the process, the 3 events, and they grow up, no? In this experience, also in the relationship, in the relation with the expert, with the adult, with the other stakeholder. And it has been for them a beautiful experience, and they would like to replicate. And so we have to work on many elements of the project. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Well, just the soil monitoring law is coming. It has to be implemented now. And as far as I see it, it's a big opportunity also for TMAs, for territorial management agreements. Because it will provide factual information, for example, on the status of the soil. It will the competent authorities will have to speak with the local level, so they will search for counterparts, for somebody to whom to speak. There will be support provided at local level with information, advice, information on financing opportunities, and so on. There will be questions on how to apply locally the principles to mitigate the land take, so how to minimize the impact on soil from constructions and so on. So my question is, how do you see, have you thought how TMAs could evolve or integrate this aspect, could even be reinforced by this sort of partnership or synergy? Thank you.
Well, again, I don't know yet, but I'm also very confident that for sure the soil law will be something that let's say will support and will be integrated into the TMA. So that's also why we involved in our replication strategy the region, For example, our TMA started in a valley, but now it is subscribed by the Ministry of Agriculture of the region. So I'm very positive in that respect to create an interlink and to be, as you said, reinforced. What is probably limiting, so I'm very positive about that, is again the funding, because there is an activity to do and a responsibility to do, and actually sometimes we need a resource to make. But however, for sure, in the soil law there is the analysis, or anyhow I don't know yet how it will be done without a precise funding scheme, but for sure will be a very strong help that goes in the same direction.
You close. Okay, so yeah, I think the Mission Soil was helping on this question from the very beginning. So having these European policies coming to the ground was very helpful for our process, for the participatory process. And I'm also believe on the idea of changing local policies, which is important, including planning policies, which are regional and mainly local. So changing planning policies is not a question of money. Let's say it's not a question of local investment, or it's not a question of financial interest by the administration. It's a question of policy interest, or it's a question of citizen involvement, of stakeholders involvement. So I rather believe that within the help of this new law and the help of territorial management agreements and the communities that have been built around these questions, we will be some of the local policies could be changed in the right way to protect soil health, improve soil health, and increase our capacity to sustain ourselves in terms of food production, which is probably one of the key questions around all these things. So I believe this is a possibility. And soil stewards should be soil stewards forever. So I think we will need to be committed with this objective, with this challenge. Thank you.
There were 2 questions also. Sorry, just I wanted to add something because of the soil monitoring law, and we know in the future the lack of funding. I think this both context will be an opportunity because of lack of funding and this new context of soil monitoring law. This context oblige us to learn to share power from an administration, from a public authority, to learn to build solutions with all stakeholders locally. And I think TMAs will be a very good tool to learn to build a solution together because of the context of lack of funding.
So there were 2 questions on that side. I remember I've seen you.
There you are. Maybe it could be useful to draw your attention to the experience of a stakeholder. Okay, we have been speaking about stakeholders all the morning. I'm here, I'm Saverio with my wife Barbara. We run a small multifunctional farm in the municipality of Calenzano, okay, which is part of the HuMUS project from the very beginning. And I would like, first of all, to thank you, all of you, for the opportunity and to congratulate for this conference because it's really so exciting to us. Mainly this because we feel that there is a path and there is a journey ongoing during these years, and we sincerely hope that it will go on in the following years. Our experience has been of great involvement with the generation of the organic district of Calenzano, which is one of the organic districts that you will maybe observe in the posters outside. And it has been, as I said, a great opportunity for us because it meant to be part of a community, okay, and to share our vision of agriculture and soil health and defending territory and so on, with others, with other stakeholders of our area, and with the administration, with the politics even in our area. So it has been a common process of growing up in competence, in knowledge, and so we had the opportunity to couple this knowledge, this increased knowledge, with practical life, practical activities. This means has meant and still means to us the possibility not to be alone. So what I would like to say to this qualified audience is to go on with this kind of project, because I think it's the key, not to, I would say, start the game and let the players go, but still focus on the necessity to support small. I think the most part of stakeholders that you have mentioned this morning are small entities, very small, in very close proximity to the territories. So they are not very above, they are very ground level, I would say, okay? And I think it's an extremely precious thing to live, but we also need very strong support and prolonged support. Okay, so that's why I will say, in a word, seeing that so many people can witness what such a project like HuMUS can produce, can boost, can move, it's simply fantastic. So again, thank you very much to everybody.
Any other question in the room? Thank you so much. Those were amazing closing remarks.
Well, actually, they were not meant to be, but okay. If it worked, that's okay.
Thank you. Sorry, I just spent 2 words about the stakeholders as well, in line with the last talk that we have just heard. So the Municipality of Siena, I work at the Municipality of Siena with Pietro. At the Municipality of Siena, the cooperation with stakeholders is always a success, because stakeholders are very, very, very active. 2 issues, maybe. Timing. Stakeholders are quicker and faster than public bodies. So they want to be involved, but they want that municipalities and public bodies maintain what they say in a timing that is visible during at least their life. So they take action, but we have to take action as well, and promptly. The second point is consistency. So sometimes the municipalities change idea, change change the measures, change the administration. They may change idea, or they have different kind of policies for different sectors, or maybe they have some necessity that make inconsistent their behavior in certain issues. So, for instance, if we talk about the protection of soil, we don't want to have superior political bodies that come in our territory to impose their will. Okay, we want a voice everywhere for our territory, and stakeholders as well. So timing, consistency, and obviously cooperation. So if we want that stakeholders cooperate with us, we have to be the first one to cooperate with them and with other public bodies. So I want to thank all the stakeholders that cooperate with the Municipality of Siena, and and all the stakeholders in general. And I would ask to all the public bodies to do the same with them. Thanks again.
Yes, timing is such an important issue. After commitment, people want to see action, and they will probably leave you a couple of months, and then they will be like, now it's time to act. So, yeah, so that was really to the point. Now, I think unless we have other questions, we probably reached the end in advance of this panel. Does anybody else want to? Yes, thank you.
I wanted to follow with, to the stakeholders, though I don't like the word stakeholders. Maybe the actors on the ground. And I found agroecology fascinating because it's able to connect all these actors together on the ground. It's not connecting the farmers with Wall Street and the financial markets with credits, but it's able to connect the seed savers, the bakers, and the people who are on the ground. So I have a question to all the HuMUS actors. What was the most surprising encounter or surprising actors that you met in this process? Maybe you didn't expect to find a boulanger, a baker coming to speak about soil because it's about their quality of their bread, or maybe a slaughterhouse. Or what was the most surprising encounter you had?
Sorry, I don't want to speak, but for us, the most surprising and exciting actor was an artist. Was a female artist that works with more or less what Livorno, you were suggesting about the vision, so how kids see soil. And she created una mostra, a show working with, so looking at the soil from below, how the roots of the crops are, painting with soil, so that the show was amazing, beautiful, and the kids were so emotional, and that was for me very, very one of the most inspiring activity. Thank you.
Yes, in Gorgona, in Tuscany, Gorgona is an island in Tuscany. We have a pilot that work with prisoners. So the prisoners were involved in the project, and a search center and local actors share soil knowledge with them. I think they also organize a session of soil sample in the island, and I think it's one of the really inspiring projects. And you can also have more details here in the panel in the poster session. And I was also sharing the same feeling with the arts and scientists and public entities that can communicate to the citizens and to the farmers and to the forester soil knowledge in a very different way. So I really appreciate also to include artists in our pilots, and we have already done this kind of example too. I just want to share it with you because I think it's two cases really different. Thank you.
From our experience, we had very interesting stakeholders from the bank. Bank officers, and these people came to our workshop, and they are responsible for environmental projects. So bank uses half of benefits received from the people's deposits for funding environmental projects, local environmental projects in South Tyrol. And this project's focused on biodiversity and pollination. And it was fantastic to have people from bank contributing to our territorial management agreement and discussing the SWOT analysis. And it was completely different point of view, because we had many researchers, students, citizens, and also a couple of people from province. And this point of view from bank officers for us was very, very important. But it was amazing, I think. Thanks.
Hello. So we are the representatives of Pays de la Loire pilot site. And for some workshops, we ask to professional actors to imitate and to show to citizens what is the territorial dialogue and what was HuMUS project, what was the different exchanges between the municipality and the different stakeholders. We ask two professional actors to do that in a kind of comedy or show, and it was very great. As Anna Laura said, it's very useful to mix art and science, and it was very relevant. Citizens were very happy with this show, and it was just to explain the interactions and the difficulties sometimes to understand the same word regarding soil, because it's not so easy. And with the art and with the artists, it was a very good way to do that. So very funny.
Thank you, Matteo, for the question. It would be a very long list, actually, to answer completely. But I will only mention one very strong relationship that we had the occasion to build up with an organization which is called Rete Semi Rurali, Rural Seed Network, which is based in Tuscany, near us, and in exactly overlapping period with the HuMUS project, we were involved in a very interesting project, which is called Cereali Resilienti, Resilient Cereals, and that was the occasion mainly to do an incredible work together about special cereals coming from several corners in the world, and to protect them and to develop them and to let them grow in 4 different areas in Tuscany. And the project has been awarded an important prize in Lisbon last year, and it was a great opportunity to get involved in that, but basically, and most importantly, I would stress this out, to build relationship with others, with farmers, with bakers, transformers, and so on. It was really, really incredible. So I would encourage to build up even more strong relationships like this among European projects, because it's, as has been said before, I think it's one of the keys to the future empowering of local, I don't like stakeholders neither, but to use the word, actors, people that do things, I think the relationship is the basis for resilience in the long period. And thank you again.
I think the creative sector is finally jumping back into the discussion, in climate change. I mean, it acts as a great facilitator, to find a common language, whether it is an illustration, music, actors, as we said. Now, we have something quite interesting outside, because if you go to see the poster sessions with all the pilots, you will also find, I suppose from the early afternoon, the soil sommelier corner, So you can go there and smell soil, different kinds of soil. And I won't tell you much about it because Yasmin Cathel will be there. Are you in the room, Yasmin, yet? Yeah. Okay, so she just arrived. So she will tell you more about it, but different smells lead to different feelings, and probably a healthier soil will give you a better kind of feeling. So go and check it out. Now, I think it's time to move to our lunch, which is, Anna, on the 5th floor, just straight ahead down the corridor and then on the left. Va bene? Okay, good. Thank you so much. Thanks to the speakers. Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure.
Sorry, everyone. Again, just a quick comment from me. I just need your attention just for a second. So as we're gonna head to the lunch, I would kindly ask the HuMUS partners, so both the internal partners from the consortium, but also the partners from the open call, to stop in front of the poster so we can all take a nice consortium and partner picture with our professional photographer. A round of applause for our photographer, please, because he's doing a really great job for us today. So yes, let's head out. And I've been reminded that the room is unsupervised, so if you do have valuable items, just please carry them with you as we go over to lunch. Thank you so much. I'll see you back here at 2 p.m.
Robocop.
Ja stessi hai one. No. It sounds.
Che anzi
So I think we're nearly ready to start. I know you're feeling really sleepy now. You had food. I know that. So nearly there. Just a couple of minutes. Good. So I hope you enjoyed food. It was great. Let's start with our second panel session. We now move on to a fundamental pillar of our mission, soil literacy and education. So we have discussed policies and agreements, but for real change to happen, we need awareness. We talked about it, so that's our main topic now. So in this session, we will explore the impacts of HuMUS on education, along with other relevant experiences from the field. So please welcome on stage our speakers. I will start with Maite Gallego. Did I get it right? Good. She's project manager at Fundesit PCTEX. Yes. See? Yes. In Spain, in the Extremadura region. With her experience in managing European innovation projects, she has led a crucial task in HuMUS. She has been working on the creation of the new soil steward training program, which was one of the key milestones that we've mentioned earlier. And she's here to explain now how the training worked and how it will probably impact, on a new generation of soil guardians. Yes, soil guardians, really. So the floor is yours.
Thanks a lot for your introduction, and thanks to you all for being here with us today, even after lunch. I will present the soil steward training program within the framework of soil literacy, and I will start saying something that we all know, that training is a cornerstone of the EU mission soil, and we were very aware of that even at the moment of writing the HuMUS proposal. But why soil literacy matters? Well, first of all, because soil literacy means understanding what are healthy soils and how important they are for our planet and also for us, for the human being. And second, because inform citizens, policymakers, and actors instead of stakeholders. In general, it is essential, it is very important in order to obtain sustainable results. And also because by empowering local actors, we can get long-term results, environmental change and climate resilience. But the question we made is, can we act individually? The answer is no. We need to count on public and private actors all around Europe. And these stakeholders can guide others in this path. They are the so-called soil stewards. And within the HuMUS framework, we have defined soil stewards as a person that carefully, responsibly, and voluntarily share her knowledge and experience related soil health. And within this in mind, we developed the Soil Steward Training course, which main objective is to provide knowledge and tools mainly to civil servants, but not just to them, because we want it to be open to anyone, any actor interested in soils. We've seen during this morning presentation that this is not the responsibility of just one type of actors, but a responsibility of all of us. And enable them to become soil stewards in order to increase understanding, local dialogue and governance, in order also to connect policies with practice and encourage them as multipliers of soil awareness. And next, because I just had 3 minutes, I will give you more detailed information about the course. It is open, it is free, and there is no time limit to go through all the contents. We understood this course as a live tool that has been fed with the results and outcome obtained from the project during the whole project lifetime. And we know we all are very busy, so we didn't want to stress anybody in order to register and finish a module or make a quiz or obtain the certificate of completion. So it is open. It will be open after the project lifetime, the formal one. So if you are not registered already, we invite you to do it. It is composed of 4 modules and 8 units, which is the theoretical part, but we also understood that theory is very good, is a good access, but we need also the practical information. So we have also developed 14 videos related to the pilot developed by the consortium, plus 20 videos that will be uploaded to the online course next week. And from these videos, you can obtain very relevant information about the 34 pilots, why they are alive, which soil problems they need to tackle, which solutions they have found, also the challenges, the tools, governance methods they have used, and also replicability of their success story for the regions and territories to obtain that knowledge. The main content is in English, and when writing the proposal, it's writing the course will be in English. But after, by working with local communities, we realized that not everybody feel comfortable or understand properly English. So with extra effort of all the consortium, we have translated the main content into 5 other languages, which are Bulgarian, French, German, Italian, and Spanish. And once finished the course, everybody can obtain a certificate of completion. But it doesn't mean that everybody has to finish the course, because maybe one of you could be interested in a concrete tool that we have developed, but not in others, even though we think it is very much interesting and not very complicated or to follow the whole course entirely. Also, as we wanted to facilitate the knowledge transfer, all the documents can be downloadable, so you can download the document in your computer, and when you have, today I have extra time, I'm going to see what the HuMUS partner share within the course. And it's an easy way to have quick access to the content. It is also important, and we want to comment that most of the content in the course has been developed by the consortium, by the HuMUS partner. So you will not find those content anywhere else. So this is something that makes us unique somehow. Yeah. And as I said before, it is a live tool that can be also improved with all the registered people comments, because we periodically have launched an assessment questionnaire in order to obtain feedback from people registered and improve in the way we can this course. And relating to this slide, just to comment that we have mixed theoretical with practical, but we have also paid a lot of attention to the images. We want it to be attractive, not just tools to measure soil assessment, which is very important, but we need it. It is better if we do it in a nice way. So we created also a training journey from the moment you register till the moment you get the certificate. Each one of the modules has a specific image. In a way, you can identify module 1 with this very nice plant coming growing from a healthy soil. And we also created a pet, which is a worm. And at the beginning of each module, it is an animated video with the worm informing about the main contents that would be available under the module. And last, very important for us has been the impact of the course. Again, when writing the proposal, we were very conservative, and we indicated between 30 and 40 people registered in the course. We have 220 people enrolled so far, so we are very happy. And today we want to thank not just to the HuMUS partners, but also to different European networks as ERIAF or ERIN that has always helped us with the dissemination, and also to other Mission Soil projects. Also, by creating synergies among us, we got a bigger impact of all of our results and outputs. And regarding the distribution of participants, the top 5 countries has been Italy in the first place. Come on, Italy. Spain, second. Then France, Belgium, and Hungary. And we are also very happy because we have people registered from the 5 continents. From Oceania, just 1 person, but we will work to improve this number. And work on that. Yes, and that's all. Thank you very much.
So thank you so much. Now, we have heard about the structure of the training. It is time to hear now from someone who experienced it firsthand. So I leave the floor to Georgette Marquez Felix. I hope I got it right. So she's a PhD candidate at the University of Lisbon and a researcher at INIAV. She brings a unique perspective that lies at the intersection of finance, agriculture, and soil. So tell us about your experience as a HuMUS soil steward. The red button.
Hi everyone, thank you so much for the invitation to be present. This project pilot has been a great journey for us in Torres Vedras, and it's a pleasure to be there, to be here today in presence. So first of all, I'm going to make a brief presentation of our pilot developed in Torres Vedras in 3 minutes. So the scale of our pilot is at the municipal level in the municipality of Torres Vedras, here in this corner of the Península Ibérica, in a west coastal municipality in the Lisbon area. The focus of our project was the land use in agriculture, because agriculture and agroforestry represents about 56% of the land use in our municipality, with agriculture representing 24%. And with a particular focus on viticulture that represents 1/3 of the agricultural use. So the main soil challenge that we have identified in the pre-diagnosis, and after all in the TMA, there were the same challenges, are soil erosion that is very exacerbated by agricultural practices not that so soil friendly. Also the depletion of soil organic matter and the degradation of soil structure, but also the low awareness for soil health and the lack of coordinated soil management practices at the municipal level. We have a municipal climate action plan, but the soil, it's completely absent. And we have the lack of data. Maybe that's why it's absent from also the municipal planning. These were the stakeholders that we engaged in our project. We developed several activities that involved about 60 students from the Centro Educativo de Ventosas, an elementary school. These kids that are in these photos were with the soil scientists to the field, to the vineyards, to help collecting the soil samples. And it was a very interesting activity because they interact with the other students from the agricultural professional school at the secondary level, and they interact in the field. So it was very great to see two generations, but young generations both, interacting and participating in science-based activities, with more than 20 teachers involved, 12 trained farmers in regenerative agriculture. We involved also 12 individuals from the research and academia ecosystem, and these vineyards where the soil were collected were in the 3 farms where we developed some case studies to compare soil health results from conventional to regenerative agriculture. But we just, in 1 year, we can compare anything after all. And we have the baselines, and it's the starting point in the TMA to monitoring from now. And these soil samples and the descriptors that we used are already aligned with the directive, the future directive for soil resilience and monitoring. There were also 4 associations involved: farmers associations, the association from the wine region, but also a collaborative laboratory. More important, also very important, we involved the local cooperative bank, and we are in the context of the TMA trying to develop some financial products to help the farmers to transitioning for regenerative agriculture. And a cooperative, winery cooperative, that has more than 400 members. And these are the stakeholders in our project. And to finish, this is a photo of the team that developed and co-creates the territorial management agreement, then has more than 18 entities and individual farmers that sign it. what did we build? We built a 2050 action plan anchored in 7 strategic pillars: capacity building, education and awareness, citizenship and consumer literacy, research and innovation, financing, public policy, and very important also the monitoring and the follow-up of the 6 strategic goals that we defined for 2050, but also the 13 objectives with different targets to 2030, 40, and 50. And to do all of that, we defined 31 initiatives to make our vision for 2050 become real. Well, a community that cares for living, healthy soil, soil that nourishes people, balances ecosystems, and strengthens the economy. That's our vision in our territory. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Next, we have Wart de Witte. Did I get it right? Fantastic. From PXL, University of Applied Sciences in Belgium. He has a fascinating dual profile. He works as a researcher advising municipalities on urban greenery, but he's also an active executive arborist. So tell us about your experience in HuMUS and also as a trained soil steward.
Thank you. So, can I have this? Thank you. Yeah, no problem. So I work for the PXL, and we were a pilot together with the city of Hasselt, where we tried to enhance the soil governance in the city's urban environment. So a lot of people were talking already about more farmland. We were really focused on the urban environment. Okay, so why this project? We see a lot of biodiversity loss and climate change, and that demands smart green solutions and nature-based solutions. And here in Flanders and in Hasselt, we have still some roadside verges left, which are widespread and valuable urban green infrastructure because they provide us with all kind of ecosystem services. And they also act as an important refugee for rare or endangered plant species, insects, all kind of things. But the current management was focused on vegetation. So we have a law that goes a long time back, which tells municipalities, I need to calm down a little bit, which tells municipalities how to manage their roadside verges, but it's mainly focused on biodiversity. So we tried to assess whether there is a trade-off between above-ground biodiversity, quality of the vegetation, and below-ground soil quality. It was something that the people from Hasselt who need to manage it and plan the management, they thought that we have a good vegetation or we have a healthy soil which can capture a lot of carbon. And with the help of this project, we researched it a little bit to help guide them towards good management practices because they were going to do crazy stuff. Okay, so I'm going very quickly over the findings because I only have 3 minutes, but the expected trade-off of high vegetation quality, rare species, these kind of things, and soil health was not found, luckily. So we found a strong synergy within the ecosystem. Basically, we found that in those verges with high biodiversity, but also with lower biodiversity in plant species, that the soil life, that there still is a high soil carbon. So they were thinking, oh, if we have high vegetation quality, we have low carbon soil carbon, which wasn't true. it was even comparable with true semi-natural grasslands. So our roadside verges are very narrow. You have to imagine very narrow roadside verge. It has actually the same soil carbon stock as the bigger semi-natural grasslands. So basically, we could say the work you're doing right now is good. You have the very the roadside verges with high biodiversity already there, which provide the ecosystem services they focused on, the carbon storage. And they are healthy because we also looked to the soil, the microbiota. So we made sure that they prioritize protecting their existing verges because there is a heavy pressure on them, building new buildings, farmers who plow them or cultivate them and whatever, pesticides, you can imagine everything. So, and that the participation is very important. So we brought civilians, farmers, but also other arborists together to talk about those verges and the importance of a healthy soil. And that way we shaped the initial, we shaped the research question, and with the results we came back to these stakeholders, we talked it through, and we formed a TMA out of it. Okay. And then my experience as a trained soil steward, because I also took the training, because I'm not a soil scientist, I'm the research assistant. So I'm doing all kinds of things to help my researchers. But what I learned is that if we use the soil really as a foundation, that we can build a lot of nature-based solution and policy plans on that foundation, because it's you plant a tree in the ground, you need the soil. So I support also other municipalities in this kind of topics, and I really took just the baseline from the project to all them. And I'm still doing it. Also, it's something I did not really do, and it's hard for me to do, I will admit it, as it is connecting with stakeholders very early on. The training really showed to me that it's important. It gave me tools to help with conflict management, to just do it. Because again, it's something I'm not very confident in, but it really helped me gain confidence and do it. And it's also important that I keep everyone in the loop. So I think that the soil training, the soil steward is very valuable, not only for me, but I also promote it towards the municipalities to do it, because it's important to increase their soil literacy, because it's not always that great, but also to improve the engagement with other stakeholders, because I feel that that's really something where people have problems with, me included. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. It was really interesting. Now, I'm so happy to welcome Serena Heckler, Program Specialist for the Man and Biosphere Program at UNESCO, with a PhD in ethnobotany from Cornell University. She has spent years bridging the gap between scientific research and indigenous wisdom, working closely with the communities in the Amazon. Today, she's going to share her experience on the UNESCO Soil Initiative and also on the Soilscape project. Serena, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm gonna talk about two things that UNESCO is doing, and just to say that I am the coordinator of UNESCO's New Soils Initiative, which was launched last year. So I'm going to talk a little bit about what that is, and it's been really great to be here today. So I want to thank the organizers for inviting UNESCO to participate. I've learned an awful lot and had some very enriching conversations with people as well. The UNESCO Soils Initiative is based on our extensive networks of UNESCO designated sites, not only World Heritage sites. As part of the Man and Biosphere program, I work directly with the World Network of Biosphere Reserves and also with the UNESCO Global Geoparks, which represents over 1,000 sites in over 140 countries around the world. And these sites are home to over 300 million people. I'm saying over because we don't have the exact numbers on all of the sites. But one of the things that we like to emphasize with these sites is they are territories. They do include protected areas such as Natura 2000 sites or national parks. But they're more than that. They include communities, they include researchers, they include business, and that's where you get those 300 million people from. And in Europe, there are over 300 biosphere reserves, and I think there are about 100 UNESCO Global Geoparks. So the idea is to use all of these communities, these networks of networks to come together and work on specific so-called wicked problems, these problems of sustainability and environmental management that so far at a global level we haven't been very effective at addressing. And so with this in mind, we've been working on biodiversity conservation, we've been working on climate change, the conservation of geological diversity, and now the idea is to bring that strength of networks to bear on the issue of soil resilience and soil health in these designated sites. So I'm not going to spend too much time on what we're working on. It bears a lot of similarity to the EU Mission Soil, to FAO's priorities for the Global Soil Partnership. But I do want to emphasize that the idea we have is to do this in partnership directly with EU Mission Soil, particularly with the FAO's Global Soil Partnership. So we're not starting from scratch, and so that we're learning from all of the work that's already been done, which is why I'm saying that my day here today has been very productive in terms of learning what you've been doing and what you've been developing. My colleague and I have been having an interesting conversation about how to maintain the sustainability of all of the great initiatives that you've been engaging in your municipalities, in your countries, and in your institutions. So one of the focus areas that we have, and UNESCO is the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization, is how do we ensure this visibility, the cultural element, that people think soils are important. That's all about raising awareness, and it's about really reaching out and grabbing people where their interest lies. So being good communicators, hitting people in the hearts, not just the minds. And so Soilscape Project focuses really on this element of it, on the cultures of soil, on what it means to us as human beings to have soil, to be dependent on soil in so many different ways, and to communicate it in that way so that we can reach out to a number of you have talked today about the difficulty of engaging with policymakers and decision makers and different types of stakeholders and how difficult that is. That's one of the things that's the focus of Soilscape. And it stands for Spreading Open, Inclusive Literacy and Soil Culture Through Artistic Practices and Education. We're working on education. We're the UN Educational Organization. We do a lot of work on that. I'm not going to talk about that at all. I'm going to talk about culture. So a couple of the innovative things that Soilscape has been doing is they've developed this novel concept called artistic and cultural soil orchestras, which are kind of like innovation hubs for supporting artistic endeavors around soil. Artists of all sorts and kinds that come together and stimulate creative ideas about soil and how they can raise that profile and raise awareness with the general public on the importance of soil and how important it is in their lives as a whole, even if they don't realize it. They also have done mapping and analysis of the current landscape of soil art narratives, and it's more extensive than we might have thought. We tend to think of soil as disappearing in public discourse, and of course it doesn't get the attention it deserves. But we have identified a database of 700 plus soil art related stakeholders willing to work on this issue in Europe alone. And then finally, just earlier this year, a call closed. This project is going from 2024 to 2028, so it's an ongoing project, EU-supported project, of course, to support artistic schemes to make sure that you are talking about soil in a way that really hits people in the heart and the soul and is adapted to the cultural significance of that in the location where people live. And so they're looking to support innovative communications campaigns, artistic soil activities that are organized in locations, and to deploy innovative and creative participatory methodologies to work with soil and to pass that knowledge on. I love the example of the underwear bearing activity. I noted that down, and we might introduce that to some of our education specialists and see if we can do that in terms of citizen science. So we're working on all of that through Soilscape, and that just gives an example. Again, this is one element of what we'll be working on, also monitoring and evaluation, implementing activities around soil resilience in the sites. So, but I will stop there. Time is short, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much. Now, I'll start with a couple of questions, then we'll just open the discussion. The first one is for you, Maite. So let's start with the problem. In your view, what are the main gaps in soil literacy today? And if you could share some key points with us on this. Main gaps and solutions.
Well, within the HuMUS framework, we have identified some gaps coming from the public entities. For example, first of all, the way they understand soils, because some of them, they understand soils as an agricultural resource instead of a living system that supports biodiversity, carbon storage, regulates water, or even help us to adapt and fight against climate change. We have also identified that in some cases, they don't have the correct tools or spaces for dialogue. We're bringing together the different type of actors that we have seen. They have worked very well within the pilots, the 34 pilots being developed under the HuMUS consortium. And in this line, and it has been also commented by a speaker this morning, we also identify a lack of planning because they don't have the correct tools to assess the health of their soils. And at the end, there is also a gap related to the lack of soil literacy. So bearing all of this in mind, we want to think that from the HuMUS perspective, we have helped to somehow solve these gaps. First of all, with the training material that we have created, also with the so many awareness events organized, in which we have organized, but we have also participated in other events, creating awareness and supporting other Mission Soil project. Also, it's been very success, the participatory soil governance methodology developed under HuMUS, as well as the territorial management agreement, and of course, the 34 pilots. I mean, this is the best way of eliminating somehow those gaps, because by knowing and sharing the work done under these 34 pilots, other regions and territories can learn of success stories, of useful tools and methodologies, and also they can learn that if they have a training material available for them, they can use that in their own benefit.
Very good. And I was thinking, still talking about the training program, how do you plan on keeping it alive? Because I know you said, oh yes, we did lots of, we went through it and tried to make it better, to gain feedback and so on and so on. How do you plan on keeping it alive? And I saw like there were lots of potential stewards from also like international contexts. So how do you?
Well, from our perspective, we as Fundesit, Scientific and Technological Park of Extremadura, partner in charge of the training course, we plan to maintain, of course, the course available for, 4 years after the project ends. So for us, technically speaking, will be no problem with that. Apart from that, and from our perspective, we have been involved in other mission soil projects. We want to be involved not just as partners, but also as regional actors that pay attention and been working on soil issues. So we will also disseminate as far as we can the course among other projects, other environments, etc. And we will also send the assessment to the people register if it's increasing the number in the future, of course, even though the project has finished, because it will be very important assets to be improving that tool. And if possible, we can use that information for further projects, we're also a line of success.
That's what we hope for.
Yeah.
Very good. Now, a question to, well, this is quite obvious, but I'm going to ask it. This is a question for the trained stewards. So how much did it help to do the course and then act locally with your pilot? Did it make it easier to achieve good results, and why especially?
So the training facility is a practical toolbox that will help you and facilitate the participatory process. And create a positive relationship between the stakeholders, because there are naturally conflict of interests, and we have to adopt an approach that can at the same time foster target-oriented and context-specific discussions, because the problems in different territories are different also. And the four models provide us with tools that can also not only to support this participatory process, but also to have tools to raise awareness to all the stakeholders. And with the fact sheets and also with for instance, the Model 2, we have several tools for assessing soil health and quality that can be used in different contexts with schools and with other stakeholders, with farmers, and we can make several activities using that tools. And it's quite interesting because also the descriptors for soil health in this module module are also aligned with the soil monitoring directive. So in 4 years, it will be very, very useful. Well, but there are still several challenges because as a soil stewards, we also should provide some guidance or just try to found some funding opportunities. And well, there are a lot of uncertainty of what is going to happen in the next policies in Europe and funding policies. And but at the same time, all of this is a great responsibility, because being a soil steward requires at the same time objectivity, a science-based approach, system thinking, because when we talk about soil health, we should consider all the aspects, economic one, social one, environmental, cultural, education, and for all of that we have also to have some empathy with all the stakeholders. So I think the soil steward role is basically that, and the training is very well equipped to provide us some interesting tools that, as Maite already said, we can use one tool or other. It depends on in what we are working more deeply, but is very well designed, and maybe we will translate it for Portuguese. Never know.
That would be important. And that
it would be great. It would be great.
I think that was very good explained, but it is true that, in my opinion, the stakeholder engagement is for a lot of people hard to organize, and the training provides some tools that are really useful and that we also used, and which I still take with me to other, for other activities. So it's very valuable.
Thank you so much. And I was wondering, do we have data on gender? How many people, like women, attended the course and men? I'd be curious.
We don't have the exact data, but I would say 50. I don't have the exact data. I can share it later, but I would say 50-50. There are many women and also men. So good. There is not the gender gap.
Okay.
No, it is not.
Okay. This is. Yes, this is very interesting, because I suppose that soil is not gender neutral, and this is a question for Serena. Serena, you have an impressive experience with indigenous communities. Can you tell us a little bit more? How do you think that we can provide better training to make sure that women have, their voice heard in this?
Okay, yeah, this is not the question you shared with me beforehand.
It just came out.
It's just coming up. No, it's a very interesting. It's a very, very interesting question, and I think, one of the things that we keep getting back to the importance of it being locally relevant. And soil has so many different meanings in different places that I'm just thinking of, there are huge parts of the world where the women are the principal farmers. We tend to think of farmers as men, but in fact, where the women are working directly with the landscape, then the question, if we're going to have, say, an EU or a UN type of event, oftentimes it is the men who turn up, unless we insist otherwise. But it's still the women who are the local knowledge holders. And so one of the things you have to do is just keep insisting. One of the most common excuses for ending up with all male activities is people saying, oh, well, we ask for nominations from the local communities and this is who we send. So, you know, this is something that we found over and over again working with indigenous communities, is you just keep saying, okay, that's not good enough, send some women too. You know, and that's something that can happen in many communities in Europe where you don't think so much of gender inequality, but still the majority of farmers are men. Still. So you may have to reach out, or soil sciences itself is considered to be a very male discipline. And we have this leaky faucet approach where we still have a lot of young women or girls studying the sciences, but by the time we reach senior levels in professions, in the sciences, they're mostly men. So how does that happen? Where are the women dropping out? And so you just keep insisting. We keep going because we know that having women role models, we know that having 1 or 2 women involved is going to help get more and more women involved. And so this is one of the reasons why you have indicators through a gender framework, is so you never forget to keep asking that question. It's also, I think, opening it up to other types of stakeholders is very important because it allows you to see soil and its significance in new ways from different angles, because it's not just farmers for whom soil is important. We have soil as a fundamental element of almost everything we do. Somebody said it, you said it? The foundation. I wrote that down. Soil is the foundation for sustainable development. I think that we need to think very carefully about positioning the importance of soil in sustainable development as a whole, alongside the climate and water and these other biodiversity and these other resources that we can't survive without. So if we start looking at it through the arts, then we get some really interesting reactions. And the arts is an area where women are well represented. One of the most moving campaigns I ever experienced was when I was working in Latin America, and to celebrate Global Biodiversity Day, the women managers of biosphere reserves across the region reached out and contacted women artists, poets, musicians to write. And many of the poets wrote the most moving poems, and we had a webinar where they were sharing that. And people were crying because of the importance of biodiversity to their families, to their well-being, to everything that is most close to us and to our souls and to our well-being. And so this is an area where we really can amplify those voices as well. So there are lots of creative ways of thinking about that.
So I jazzed a little bit, but it was a good way to to get you in the conversation because you loved it. So yeah, and we loved your answer. Thank you so much for sharing your expertise, your knowledge in this, because it really makes a difference. And I can even say that HuMUS, considering what you said, did really well, because there was a gender balance in this. And I suppose, like, even when we think of the soil steward training program and the ambassadors, it is so important that we have female ambassadors. So well done again to the HuMUS team for reaching this really important result. So I think that's unless yes, there are questions. So I'll shut up and.
Many thanks. My name is Konstantin. I work for the European Agroforestry Federation. We're colleagues with Agroecology Europe, and we're also involved in some soil mission projects. Actually came here to learn about your experiences in the areas of literacy, and I have to say I did learn a lot. Many thanks for your overviews. Having studied some soil science in the past, I was talking to a female lecturer a while ago, and she said she noticed in her vast experience in the area, she noticed a change in the gender balance in her audience when the subject of soil was looked at as soil science rather than pedology, for example. So when it comes to terminology and how we refer to soil, right? I mean, we're in the climate world, right? We look at air pollutants, we look at CO2. Well, perhaps we still consider soil, right, as something, dirty, right? Something that is not really pleasant to work with. How could we maybe approach youth, right, and maybe the future generation of scientists and land stewards in order to change perceptions around this subject? I'd be just curious. And I'm having in mind, for example, the visit of Bill Gates to the wastewater museum in Brussels. I mean, wastewater, maybe it's one of the dirtiest things that exists, but after he came, there was lots of coverage, and apparently the number of visitors to this museum actually increased. Can we do something as impactful for soil? Would be curious to know more. Thanks.
I will answer or offer information about your question, not just from a HuMUS partner right now, but related to an activity that in Extremadura, it's been carried out for many years between the university, the research centers, and also from the scientific and technological part of Extremadura, being aware of what you just said. Every year they organize like conferences, and they invite women within the science world to give small conferences or workshops to students, to the school. So they are invited to join those conferences, and I think we are getting good results from that. And we also, in order our youth to know the impact of science women in the world, we also create like a small roll-ups with the picture, the name, and everything they have done within as scientists for everybody to know, because it is true that we know many men in the field, but not so many women. So this is a very nice, also like artist, and also a warm initiative that bring women to our youth. So just wanted to share with you.
Do you mind if I just say a couple of words about your question? I think the youth is very important, and one of the benefits they have is they're quite good at communicating to themselves. And obviously that's one of the things that you think about when you're designing a comms campaign, is it's not just what the message is, but who's delivering that message. Bill Gates is a very, very powerful person to deliver a message. So that's one of the things you can think about with ambassadors, is you need to find somebody who can communicate, who understands what messages are going to resonate with the audience that you're wishing to communicate with. So it may be that you have ambassadors or partners that are farmers to communicate with farmers, but you also need to listen to those ambassadors, because they better understand the constraints or the concerns or the lived reality of those people. So, so to communicate to women, it helps to have women communicating. And to communicate to youth, it helps to have youth communicating and allow them to say how they communicate, because I have no idea how youth communicate these days, the social media stuff. So it's partly about that, and it's also about putting the time and effort into the comms, developing good comms campaigns. Again, somebody said that, participation isn't something you improvise. Absolutely true. Also, communications isn't something you improvise. You have to think strategically about who, when, why, what. And then finally, the last point that I'm going to make is participation is a form of soil literacy awareness raising. Because the more you have participatory processes in a project, the more people are aware of and feel ownership of and are engaged in and champion what you're doing. And so that's also something to think about with those participatory methods, which is another reason why it's so important it doesn't go wrong. But it's something to incorporate into the whole planning of the project, from conception all the way through to closing or after.
Just to add something related to the youth, I think we have to establish a connection with food systems, because 95% of the food come from the soil. So, and there's a disconnection between not only the youth, also some adults, from the lands and the food systems. And we have to go deeper with that relation, and soil stewards or ambassadors can have a role in this. And this is, we live here a call to action to create a coalition of soil stewards, because the HuMUS project and also the facility program is a very good starting point. So why not to build something more broad?
So unless we have other questions in the audience, I'll just close this panel by thanking everyone. We jazzed a little bit, but it was really, really engaging. Thank you so much, really. Thank you. So we're nearly on time, slightly late, but like 10 minutes. So we can proceed with the next panel session. So we have the next panel is From Practice to Policy, Regions and Focus, Unclogging Policy Bottlenecks. So I welcome on stage Blanca Lucena Cobos, Laura Perez, Astrid Hans, and Samuele P. It's always complicated. You never know. So welcome to panel session 3. So our panelists will share their experiences on soil policies, challenges, and what's missing on the ground. We'll also explore best practices and the role of networks like ERIN and ERIAF in turning policy into real action. So we are pleased to welcome Blanca Lucena Cobos from AGAPA, the Agency for Agriculture and Fisheries of Andalusia. She's been deeply involved in the HuMUS project, where she led a great number of pilots across Europe. From HuMUS, AGAPA has developed a catalogue of best practices and public policies for soil health. So she will now share her experience.
No, it's okay. First of all, I want to thank the HuMUS partners for giving me the opportunity to be here representing Andalusia, and also to say good afternoon to my panel colleagues, Laura, Astrid, and Samuele. He's not here? Yeah. Okay. And, and Valentina, thank you for the presentation. I wanted to tell about our situation in Andalusia, our experience for the developing of policies for the soil health care. So, how do I change the?
No, you have it there. Sorry, that's the.
Oh yes, this for him. Okay.
On this side.
Oh good.
Like this.
Thank
or maybe
you.
this way. I have no idea. No, let's give
Yes, that's okay. 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 Andalusia is a very big region with a very important agri-food sector, and for us the main policy regarding soil is the CAP, the Common Agricultural Policy. We have a long history in the design, implementation and monitoring of aids from the first and second pillar of the CAP, where the soil has always been considered a strategic resource, a source of multiple ecosystem services and of paramount importance for agriculture and the agri-food sector. We are obviously very worried about the reduction of the budget in the CAP for the next framework. I want also to say that our region has always been committed to the environmental sustainability of its production, and we have 29% of our usable agricultural land certified as organic, exceeding the 25% required by the Green Deal for 2030. We are also experienced in other kind of European funds like the cohesion policy and innovation funds like Horizon Europe or Interreg for regional development, LIFE, Erasmus, and many others. However, at the moment, we don't have any municipal policy, just a few initiatives to take care for the soil. Moreover, we don't have even neither a regional policy nor a national one. Fortunately, we have now the soil monitoring law, which will help to develop these policies. But in our region, as I've said, our policies are fragmented and not oriented to the local level. What can we do? What we can do is what Paola has said to some extent. We have to innovate. We have to look for different ways of doing things. So we have we have wanted from the very beginning to be part of the Living Mission Soil Living Lab network, because we think Living Lab methodology involving all the quadruple helix actors, that likes much more than stakeholder, I think, today, is a very practiced methodology that can drive us to tackle the soil problem, which is a very multidisciplinary, transversal, and cross-cutting problem, difficult to help. In this way of trying to innovate and to do things in a different way, I think it's important to explore synergies among all those European funds. And also to follow and to take advantage of other European initiatives like the EIP Agri or the, now CAP network, or the European Bauhaus initiative, or any other things. Regarding European funds, it's very important to explore and to try to improve the complementarity between funds, because sometimes many structural funds are not used because, it's difficult to spend all of them, and sometimes it could be useful to do these kind of policies, but it's not easy. Okay, and if I see, it's also very, very important to participate in European network like REAF, ERING, and other. But the key, I think, first speak about the key. Yes, the key is to align all these policies and to take advantages of all of them. Like Paola said this morning, we have to use all the possibilities and to try to make them to converge, so that, as also Francesco has said, we will be able to get the institutional anchoring. Well, in this way, humus is a fertilizer looking for innovation, I think humus is a fertilizer. Well, I think no, Francesco has said, and we agree that this is the humus role, but I am convinced that it's so. Here you can see a picture with in Granada last year, in January, with all our politicians signing all together the Soil Manifesto in an event organized by HuMUS. I think this is fertilization. And taking advantage of all these funds, we are trying to do it in the following way. Well, we have till now an interesting map of Living Lab initiatives, so that the Commission in the last call didn't prioritize anymore the Mediterranean zone, because there was already a lot of living labs, despite the high degree of degradation of the soil. So we are fostering the Living Lab network based on our previous agroecological network, and we are also supporting the Living Lab methodology based on the agroecology partnership, as also Paola remarked. I think these two initiatives are very, very related. And in the last revision of the agroecology partnership, Andalusia, who was already participating, but now there is a new work package, 12, the package number 12, which aims at helping or supporting the regions as facilitators of agroecology transition. Well, we have also many other projects like Agroforestry for Europe, or RAIA, which is an innovation network in the Portugal-Spain frontier. We support, this is maybe the main policy for the Andalusian regional government, the operational groups, which comes from the European Agricultural and Rural Development Funds. And we have some of them aimed at taking care of the soil. And well, Andalusia, I can say, is fully committed with soil health, but we don't have a specific policy devoted to this. And I think this is all. Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, Blanca. I remind the other speakers to stick to the 3 minutes. Don't worry. It's fine. Now, we have Laura Perez from the Chambre d'Agriculture du Pays de la Loire in France. So before joining the chamber, she worked on sustainable agriculture and biodiversity projects across India, Peru, and Cameroon. Today, she applies that international experience to land management in France. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me like this? Yeah? Okay, super. Okay, so I will be short and quick. Yeah, so at the Chamber of Agriculture of Pays de la Loire, to remove the bottlenecks in policy, we think that we could try to do this removing by empowering the policymakers and the advisors with a better understanding of the soils, and to bring them on the field with us. So it's very linked to the soil steward training course that we saw earlier. We try to disseminate the soil training with also something to empower the policymakers and to have a walk with them and to discover the soils. So here you've got some pictures of what we have called our soil tour in all the region of Pays de la Loire. We spend 1 day in each department of Pays de la Loire with policymakers, advisors, so policy advisors, and other members of public bodies, municipalities, in order to go on the field with a soil expert from our organization, and to see, to watch, to touch the soil, and to understand what is the function of the soils, the biodiversity and everything, because they are not very used to going on field. Here on this picture it was the field of an agriculture, a farmer, sorry. So yeah, they spend half a day like this on the field, and in the afternoon we started launching discussions and how do you say? Try to do like a kind of workshop with policymakers to say, okay, this morning you saw what is a soil and why is it so important to protect soil. So now you are going to imagine maybe new projects and how to consider soils, soil protection, soil health protection in your territory. And it was very concrete because we tried to say, okay, now just imagine a concrete project in the following years. And so, yeah, it was very interesting.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Next, we have Astrid Hans, Head of Projects at ERIN, the European Regions Research and Innovation Network. With over 20 years of experience in regional development, Astrid leads major initiatives like the Circular Cities and Regions initiatives.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. And also thank you for the invitation. I found this an extremely inspiring day, and I'm very happy to learn about all the results that have been accomplished in the last years. So maybe a few words about ERIN for those who do not know who we are. We are a network of regions with the focus on research and innovation, and we represent now a diversity of regions, cosmopolitan, urban, rural, remote regions across 26 countries in Europe. And many of them are, of course, also working on soil. So when I look at the panel I have the privilege to be part of, I see members of ours on my left, I see friends of ours on the right, and I see many of our stakeholders also in the room. Maybe to complement on what was already said, linking to the policy approach of working on soil health, I think to highlight maybe practices among our members who have also working on how do you move from a project after project approach into a more policy embedded approach. I would say there are different formulas and different ways to do it. I don't think there's a magic formula to do it, but in essence it's all about an ecosystem approach. It's about involving your stakeholders from the beginning of your work where you want to address a challenge, capture it, analyze it, and then also look together for solutions and put it in practice. One of the good examples that I do want to share is, of course, and it was already referenced here, are the living labs working on soil health. ERIN is part of the soil project, soil startup, and we will be moving into the next phase next year to support the 100 living labs that the mission has envisaged. And I think it is an excellent way to bring policymakers, researchers, farmers, citizens, landowners together and actually address some of these challenges, and while involving policymakers from the start, you also create the conditions to embed the good practices and to sustain these practices in policies afterwards. So I think this is very important, and we have seen among the 100 living labs, many of our members, but also we were very happy to see a lot of our members piloting under HuMUS. So I think these kinds of bottom-up approaches are very important because it's about building trust, building a relationship, which you also need if you want to have long-term policies. So in a way, I think building on this governance is very important, and I think maybe one last reflection on this in this respect is that we've seen a lot of exciting things happening in many regions across Europe, but we do see that there is still a lot of room of widening this also towards the Eastern and Central European countries, and we will also be working on this as from next year onwards, because I think I've heard it many times today, this approach is working, it is delivering. It's not so easy, but it's the way forward. And I think, as from Aaron, we are very proud that we can also contribute to the local and the regional authorities and the stakeholders to following that path.
So finally, we're pleased to welcome Samuele P., Policy Officer for the Tuscany region in Brussels. He represents the ERIEF network, the European Region for Innovation in Agriculture, Food and Forestry. Samuele plays a key role in bridging the gap between local agricultural needs and the European initiatives. So Samuele, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. Good afternoon. And thanks to be here until now. I guess that we can stay together awake also for a while. For that, I propose you to really, with a warm applause, to thank our Master of Ceremony of today, Valentina. She did with a sense of music, let me say that, an extremely difficult role. Well, and I think that if I can switch the slide, I think that it's useful in that introduction, thank you, to share some insight from a regional authority perspective. I'm talking first as a representative of Tuscany region. And when we started 3 years ago, signing the manifesto, the soil manifesto, well, to support with our colleagues and friends from ANCI Toscana and many others actors and stakeholders to support this new journey, we wanted to explore a new space of actions, of potential actions, in order to protect the soil in a new way, and also with the aim of those that they were ready to discover something new, and also to be coherent and to implement these discoveries in the reality through the participation of our local communities, and thanks to the large consortium also through the partners. And also I share the same privilege of Astrid to be here in that panel and also in the program at the end of the day. Well, I think that after 3 years, we can judge ourselves. I think that we attended an extremely inspiring working day, listening results coming from different kind of communities and actors. I think that signing this manifesto was not only a kind of a bet or a symbolic act from a public authority, but also a kind of a civilian commitment with many members of communities that are not belonging only to your region, but also fellow Europeans and also other regions from other territories. And I take two things from this day, which are, in my opinion, very positive aspects. The variety of this network and is really the richness, because we had the pleasure to listen in contribution from representatives of local authorities in urban area, in rural area, in internal area, on the seaside, also contribution from actors at global stage, that during the 3 years of project they had the opportunity to meet also private owners of farm like Podere Montisi that has took the floor before. And I think that this kind of richness has to be not given as taken in a European project. And the second positive aspect that I'm taking from the day is that this network is not only large, it was also capable to go deep in the participation, in the capacity of involving numbers of people, citizens, representatives, stakeholders of different interests. And I think that with these two aspects, and I'm going to conclude with that, we have provided not only the results of a final conference, but also maybe the potential energies of a new start. Yeah. Because I was also impressed. I didn't receive the feeling from the previous interventions that, okay, the fight is over, the challenge is given, we can implement our best practices, and, well, the project, it was positive. I think that we have received another message. We have to go on. We cannot stop here. That's why I think also that's the challenge taken also by the public authorities. All the results in the next future, it depends also on us, can be also implemented as new tools, new laws, new innovation from and with the lawmakers and also the decision makers at any levels. I'll take the next of the slides for the debate.
Thank you so much. That was very inspiring. Thank you, Samuele. So, well, I had a couple of questions here and I shared them with you earlier, but we've already discussed probably the first one. I'll just read it here and then we'll see what we can elaborate, if we can elaborate it further. So let's start, by setting the scene in your regions. What is the current state of soil policies? We've seen it. More importantly, what is missing? So what are the biggest obstacles standing in your way? Is it funding, political will, or engaging stakeholders? Well, we've already touched upon several important bits here. If you want to take the chance to elaborate further on certain aspects, or...
I'm happy to provide a bit of perspective on that. I think one of the challenges, of course, is that soil health is situated at the crossing of different policy fields. That's one. But also is something to be addressed in a reality that is a multi-level governance reality. And I think it's quite important also in approaches like have been taken by HuMUS to have this flexibility to tailor the solutions and the approaches to the regions or the municipalities where you're actually working, because the solutions will be different. And in terms of support needed, I can repeat a bit what was already shared in the previous panel. The stakeholder engagement is something that is very important and not so to be taken for granted. It is also for local and regional authorities important to address the challenge, I would say, from a bit more transformative approach. Not staying within one silo of a policy field, but really work cross-departmental, align the different strategies that are in place, and also to make sure that policy instruments that you do have at local or regional level, that you make sure that they complement each other to achieve this purpose of soil health across different policy fields. So I think that is still very much needed. Of course, it's also about funding to keep everybody on board, but I would argue in this way that sometimes all this work of local mobilization of stakeholders and streamlining this across departments and authorities and getting everybody on board in the full policy cycle and development is underestimated in terms of effort that it takes. And I would like to amplify what Samuele also said. HuMUS was just the beginning. And I think on these challenges, it's really important that the local ecosystems continue to receive support in the future. And I think it is already there. It is also anchored in the objective of the soil mission to see this community growing. But there is still, I would say, a long road ahead.
I wanted to say just that awareness is very, very needed. Is key, and I think HuMUS has been a good work, and all the projects of the soil mission or initiative fostering literacy and awareness are really, really important.
Yes, I wanted to add that the biggest challenge that we can see in Pays de la Loire region in France is mainly to switch our vision regarding soil from considering soil as a land support to a real ecosystem and an element itself. For instance, in Pays de la Loire, we've got public policies regarding water, biodiversity, food, climate, everything, but not specific policies on soil. And in the future, it can be we have to take into account the soil itself as an element, and of course to connect it with the other policies, and we can see that the trend to consider soils as an issue and as an element is bigger and bigger, because we talk more and more about soils in our region. We've got more and more events regarding soils. For instance, next month we will have the International Soil Day in Angers, in Pays de la Loire, with a lot of stakeholders, and more and more talking about this subject. So it's very motivating.
Thank you so much. So, Samuele, scusa.
No, it's fine. Can I go back to the presentation, to the slide? How can do the magic?
It'll happen in just 1 second.
Okay, that's great. Well, I can just start with saying that I would like to share a list of measures that we are implementing. Thank you so much. That's too much. Okay. Yeah. Well, after today we have discovered many very inspiring pilot local experiences, and some of them they were also implemented in several communities in Tuscany region, and we decided to show and to share today this list of measures that you can read on the screen as an example, complementary to those experiences that were more focused on the, as you know, the participatory methodology and the urban aspect of the use of the soil. Well, here you have some measures that Tuscany region implements to protect the soil through the RDP, rural development plans, and that's our measures that have a general impact in the agricultural sector and the rural development. And you can see measures supporting the conservation of soil and organic matter, management of chemical and water inputs, organic farming, integrated production, cover crops, and reducing tillage technique. And you have an idea how we want to invest. Well, we have increased the resources from the previous RDP plans, where there were 25% of the total budget. They've been increased to about 33% on the current plans. And we intend also to invest more in the future for sure. I'm saying that simply because we have to find concrete tools in order to reach the goals and also to be coherent with that manifesto that we have signed publicly. And I would like to conclude this with this example. I'm inviting to consider, and may if I'm wrong, please, we can discuss on that. What is happening on the soil protection could be also describe what has happened in the past with the organic farming and approach or culture. We are all aware that we are facing the need of a cultural change first. Now the organic farming is considered, is supported as a public opinion support. Is also very it's very popular also among the agricultural sector. But at the beginning, more than 30 years ago, was more a topic of an avant-garde. Now there are different schools or way to implement the organic farming, and that's a sign of a success. But we needed more decades of constantly support, both financial support, legal support, awareness initiatives for support in order to reach that results. I conclude with that. The organic farming surface in our region is about 35%. The European target is 25%. Now, the new agricultural production are mostly organic and take care about quality. But that is a result of a cultural process.
Thank you so much. Thank you for sharing these inspiring thoughts with us. I have another question, which is, again, for Erin and Erief, mainly, but feel free to jump in. Well, you represent, networks, and I really want to understand how much you're seeing like knowledge transfer happening between the different groups, like researchers, farmers, and policy makers. Do they still work in silos? No, they don't. But how hard it is to break these silos, and your role in doing this? Question of questions.
Well, I'm an optimist in life. I think there are many good examples, but I can confirm also from a network like Erin, there is a lot of knowledge sharing, and there is a big interest in learning from peers. So this is, I think, important to repeat. We have come across many examples among our members where you see exciting work being done, and where there is really this ecosystem approach, a mission-oriented approach. What is the problem? How can we work together? What are our capabilities, resources? What is our mandate, and how to do it together? But it's still a fairly new thing for many places in Europe. So I think it's advocacy, and it will take, like the example Samuele said, it will take more time to actually scale this up and having the HuMUS family become a HuMUS generation, and hopefully 2 or 3 generations afterwards. When I think about what we as a network can do to help this knowledge sharing and help collaboration, I think mainly it's 4 different things. First, it's about raising the awareness of the importance. I think we were we hosted actually the launch of the Soil Manifesto together with the Commission. We did it in Aaron premises. So we were already advocating for this mission even before it started. And this is important because it marks the importance of the initiative, and it's also important to mobilize the members. But also, this is something we don't do in a one-shot event. We continued bringing the topic to the attention under the Spanish EU presidency. So it's a lot of continuous effort to spread the word and to share these examples. And not only the good things, it's also about the challenges. What is still very difficult and where potentially also the Commission could bring in extra support to tackle these challenges. It is, of course, also about engaging the stakeholders to this. We do a lot of mutual learning. Our work that we do in the Soil Startup Project and the Step Up next year is a lot about that. It's about knowledge sharing in working groups, between living labs, between lighthouses. So this is really, really a day-to-day job. I think it's needed, and it's also very rewarding. And then I think it's also about showing what will come next. So we did, for example, on the soil monitoring law, it's a topic we have been following very long. We have organized a very early meeting to explain to members, what is this about? This is coming. Get prepared. It is important. Keep it on the agenda. Start mobilizing and thinking ahead. So these are how would I say, ways where we as networks are ambassadors of the soil mission, where we also contribute in bringing practical support and also to foster, I think, dialogue between territories in Europe, but also between the territories and the local communities and the Commission, because we are working in very different contexts. So also bringing this diversity of what soil health means in different territories in Europe, it's something that, how would I say, is also complicated for policymakers, because one kind of support might work in one territory, but maybe not in another one. So this is a lot of what we do, and maybe just linking it back also to the policy, a last point, this continuous dialogue between communities, territories, public authorities, and the decision makers at European level. It's very important to make sure that the place-based dimension of these challenges is not overlooked.
Thank you so much. Samuele, did you want to add?
I have two, and I need some superpower again to go back to the slide. Thanks. And actually, I'm removing the casket of Tuscan region, and I'm wearing the area coordinator now, and I go back to the last. Thanks. And okay. I share what Astrid has already said. I would like simply to give you some concrete examples on how networks can be useful to reach that goals and to do this exercise of repeating and involving the same members and the new members. And ERIAF is a network of regions for innovation in agriculture, food and forestry, three key sectors that are all affected by soil in some way. And while we are an informal network, we started with a core regions, with a core group of regions more than 12 years ago. Now we have, you see in the map, different members and observers all around Europe. And we do our activities as an informal platform or also facilitator to implement those European projects on innovation in these three key sectors: agriculture, food and forestry, through working groups activities, thematic workshop and annual conferences. We have also working group dedicated to specific topics, and HuMUS has been also implemented thanks to the activity of some regions active both in ERIN and in ERIAF, and the fact that some of our members are also active in ERIN is a plus, is not something that can be considered a competition or a competitive. Well, not at all. It's something maybe obvious for many of us, but I think it's useful to remind, and also because in our activities we can facilitate informal meeting that can be useful for enlarge or inspire new regions to be involved in different projects. And in the frame of the Soil Manifesto, I should quote those regions that leaded other projects through Fundesit, Maite, I see Irene, I'm speaking about Extremadura, Nations Prep Soil, and also other regions from the south of Spain as well, Andalusia. I'm looking the Professor Alberto, and he took the floor before. Well, and this, I'm quoting these examples, but we did the same with other local authorities. The ECO project in agroecology, for example, with the University of Bolzano, Bozen, and it's the same direction. And that's also an experience that facilitates the involvement of other local authorities simply because we don't ask any fee, simply motivated the participants, and we offer also opportunity as the annual conferences to do networking in other regions around Europe. Next annual conference, and I conclude with that spot, is in Amsterdam on May 2026 from 11 to 13 of May. And we will be focused on food innovation, but also the other topic, as I mentioned, agriculture and forestry, that will be included. And the soil mission, I think that could be, well, Latins used to say repetita iuvant. It will be a topic that, with pleasure, and is in our vision, can be always welcome and hosted in our events to, well, increase this impact on the territories.
I'll try again. Yes. Thank you, Samuele. On the third time it worked. Yay. Very good. So it's nearly 4. So do we have any questions from the audience to the panelists?
Yes, thank you again for the very interesting and lively panels. I wanted to ask a question on the CAP. It was mentioned at a common agricultural policy because it's clear that so many valuable initiatives are taking place locally at municipality level. There's great networks working on soil health, but then we don't see the CAP or how the CAP has been working in the past. It has not really been contributing to soil health as it should, as is also shown in analysis of the European Court of Auditors, for example, that state that the CAP is not really, the funding is not really fuel to what is needed on soil health, and the requirements that are there are not enough and lead only to marginal changes overall. So my question is how can we ensure that the CAP supports much more all these positive practices and solutions that they are, and shouldn't the funds be much more linked to effective results on soil health, with soil health really at the center of this of this public support? Thank you.
Okay. Well, I don't agree that the CAP is not taking care of the soil. There are a lot of measures like those that Samuel has mentioned and many others in Andalusia that we apply and that are taking care of the soil, but maybe to some concrete aspects, not to the soil as a whole. And what can we do to change, to do it better? That I repeat that I think we are not doing so bad, but we should make converge all these policies, all this culture. We have to have more awareness and to try to do it better. But we in Andalusia, we have soil conservation groups, researchers that are advising the regional government to make the measure of non-tillage or crop cover, I don't know, but many measures, and I think we are not in the wrong direction. But yes, it's true that the cap is not aimed at soil per se, it's like more element, but yeah, I think with the living labs, I don't know, the ecosystem, we have to see it all like as a whole. Okay.
Yes, that was a comment more than a question, but I'd like to turn it into a question to be clearer, a question to Samuele and Astrid. I think we agree that today was a great day. We exchanged a lot of inspiring messages. And my comment and question is that we should figure out ways to transfer some of these messages to a level of interaction among regions, member states, which we as project partners don't have access to. Indirectly we do because of the known connections, for example, between ANCI Toscana and the regional government of Tuscany, which is in turn the leader of the area of network, as Samuele was mentioning. But these are indirect and probably also inappropriate ways of being involved as a consortium. We are not fond of being part of those circles. We would just like that the messages that we are trying to channel are taken. So what are your thoughts? What is your what is that you are taking home after today that you might reuse in the circles you are active members and belong to?
Thank you, Francesco, for the question. I think as a network, Aaron is bringing a lot of these things back home, which is home in 126 regional ecosystems in Europe. So we have a bioeconomy working group and we have a natural resources and adaptation cluster. We were working across the missions also. So we already shared a lot of results from the HuMUS project previously, and we will continue doing so. And I think we also have a very good role as from the beginning of next year, where we will be coordinating working groups in the community of the soil living labs and lighthouses in Europe. So there is an extension of the network of Aaron where we have definitely also room to bring these messages forward. So I think this is a bit in the nature of the work we do. I would also maybe not in a provocative way, but flip the question a bit around, because we heard it many times. Local work is important, but we work locally in a multi-level governance context, and we work locally at the cross-cutting of different policy fields. When we think about the next programming period, the discussion of the next MFF in the making, the national and the regional partnership plans, it's a big discussion ongoing. It's also an important moment for local and regional communities to speak up, because these are the plans that are being crafted now. So if you want to make sure that the directionality, the synergies of all the actions that this will concern this topic, but also others, are going in the good direction, it's also, I would say, an invitation or a call to action to the representatives of the local stakeholders here in the room to make sure that you are part of this discussion, and that you also think on the longer term how working on soil health on the crossing of soil water adaptation and many more challenges, how you do this in the best possible way. So this is also giving back a suggestion to all of you.
And Astrid, if I can add something to this, municipalities are really in a good place to deal with all of this, all the different topics you touched upon, adaptation, soil health, because it's local, the impact is local, and also in terms of monitoring, that's a lot of work.
And maybe just a last point on that, I do want to maybe emphasize the last time that I think having the public authorities on board is really critical, because you need to have an actor or actors with a mandate where there are the connections who can work on the longer term and where you can actually bring these things together in a planning. And in that way, I think the territorial management agreements that HuMUS worked with is actually quite inspiring, because it comes with a commitment of a group of stakeholders. And also on the longer term, having this longer term commitment to continue the work is also something that is good as an instrument to drive the work. And it's also good to make this connection linking to the policies.
May I? Well, thanks for the question. And I would like to be very concrete, also following what Astrid just said. I think that there are two levels of actions. One is using the institutional tools and the fact that, well, we are here in the Community of Regions, that is always welcoming proposal to to debate or to discuss on topic related and supported by local authorities, cities and regional one. And as we have already done in other projects, can be also in a next future dedicated an event here to update and to focus the status of art on that topic, involving those decision makers that I was quoting in my introduction. And that's an example how to use the institutional levels at European level. But I think that we had also another inspiring example from the previous panelist. One, they quote the importance to use the manifesto as an opportunity to organize a public debate on the topic of the manifesto on the local levels. Is a way to ask the commitment of the Comune di Livorno, for example. I'm looking, or other municipalities that are they can organize a public session of the local council open to the public, or immediately after a public debate why we have to support the manifesto. Also, it could be also a good moment to show some results that have been achieved in this project, supporting maybe a new proposal. And, well, with the sense of supporting this more than a consortium, a movement born from a consortium, I think that the next effort is to spread the message in a smart ways. And also proposing, in our region, we have a new government just elected a few days ago, proposing also through the players, through the local municipalities, ANCI, proposing to have in public event, maybe involving youth or schools, also some topic related to the importance of soil protection, and so on. That's some examples.
Any other questions from the audience? Okay. So probably we'll move to the conclusions, to the closing remarks. I shall thank you very much for sharing with us your inspiring thoughts and leading a soil revolution, really. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes. So now we'll focus on the next steps of and how research, innovation and collaboration can make a real difference in improving soil health across Europe and beyond. So let's highlight the opportunities ahead to ensure that healthy soils for everyone become a reality. And we have joining us here on stage Henry de Lang and Sandra Heinzelmann. Sandra is going first with the closing remarks, and then we'll have Henry de Lang. So Sandra, she's been working on the EU Mission Soils since autumn 2020 across DG Agri and REA, and she's been closely following Mission Soil projects through all stages to make sure that they reach the greatest possible results. Sandra, the floor is yours. Thank you so much. If you want to, I think this is your place.
This is my place. Thank you very much. So I try to keep myself short because I realized most of what I want to say has been said already today. So it's nothing really new. So first of all, I want to thank Anna Laura and also Francesco for inviting me to give some final remarks at this event, but also to the Committee of the Regions for hosting these events. I also want to thank the entire HuMUS Consortium for the work and the dedication they have exhibited in the last 3 years and to make the project goals a reality. As you all know, HuMUS was part of the first set of projects funded under the Mission Soil. And these projects had an important role because their role was to set the stage for the implementation of the Mission Soil. As mentioned before, the Mission Soil is a unique instrument with a goal of leveraging research and innovation to tackle societal challenges. And for this has to go beyond research and innovation. We need to bring the research to the ground. We need to involve stakeholders that are not the usual stakeholders for the research projects funded by the European under the framework program. So it is important to get these relevant stakeholders involved in the process and not, So for that, we needed projects that go beyond the research community, but also go for stakeholders that are municipalities, that are farmers, that are the ones who will implement in the end the soil health measures on the ground. I will not speak on the policy dimension of HuMUS or of soil research because for this Henry is here and he will do this after me, giving the first, the final conclusions on this aspect. But I will speak about what REA does best, which is the implementation of research projects. HuMUS started in early 2023. And I admittedly started with HuMUS because I just switched to REA from Agri when HuMUS started. So HuMUS is basically the first project of the Mission Soil that I went with from the start to the end. And I have to admit, it is a bittersweet goodbye. So I will miss this project. It was a lot of work from all sides, but it was, I think, quite a successful outcome in the end. It was more than we expected, and I'm very happy about that. Yeah. Over the last 3 years, the HuMUS Consortium, under the lead of Anci Toscana, of Anna Laura and Francesco, have worked tirelessly to draft their territorial management agreements and to make them known across the EU. and across the municipalities and regions here, and to support their pilots to implement them in their own municipalities. So as you all already heard, HuMUS worked with a total of 34 pilot projects across 16 countries, of which 20 were selected following an open call for proposals, which was quite popular, as I remember. And they picked very good pilot projects out of those who applied. In these 34 pilot projects, they managed to develop territorial management agreements. Since then, they did 18 replications, as far as I understood, and aiming to ensure that the impact of HuMUS goes beyond the pilot project. So overall, the project managed to engage with nearly 50,000 stakeholders over the last 3 years, which is a very impressive number. So the success of this work is also reflected in the fact that the Commission decided that this is something worth continuing to put more money into it. And as most of you know, there has been a call for a topic in the work program 2025, which is now under evaluation, which will continue the work that HuMUS has started. Then now a bit on the point, I think that is incredibly important for us in REA, and I think you have also shown over during this day, is that one of the aims of the Mission Soil is also to create a soil community, to go beyond just every project being in their silo, but having all the projects work together, creating a shared identity within the Mission Soil as a movement to work together and to really build on each other. In REA, we really pay special attention to this because for us it is important that the projects build on and learn from each other and work together. So to create this community, that they maximize their results in this way, and that they are ensuring that they share their expertise, that they are creating synergies, and that they are avoiding to do the same thing twice. With now over 60 projects funded under the Mission Soil, you can imagine it's not an easy task. But HuMUS has shown in the last 3 years this community spirit. And they have worked hard together with a lot of projects under the Mission Soil. For example, with Prep Soil, with Soil, they had a workshop together with Lois at the Soil Health Now conference this year. And I think this shows the incredible dedication that they had, well, you had really the aim to ensure that what you do goes beyond just HuMUS, but will be used by other projects, that it really contributes not just to one project, but to all of them. So furthermore, and this is basically my last point, is that HuMUS was also a very dedicated member of the clusters that we are organizing for the Mission Soil projects. And they participated, I think, in the majority of them. I remember very well last year in the communication cluster, HuMUS took the lead with a lot of the stuff that we did during our meeting in person, actually here in the Committee of the Regions. So I think establishing this level of collaboration with other projects is clearly not easy, and it takes a lot of time and resources. But if any, HuMUS has shown how to do it and how much projects can benefit from it, because they manage to use other projects to really bring their own results to the forefront and to disseminate and exploit them. So it helped you to share your own results, and I think you should be very proud of that. So overall, over the last 3 years, HuMUS worked hard to implement what they promised, and I believe the numbers in pilot projects, stakeholders and collaborations have shown their success, and I know that you went beyond what is written in the grant agreement, and I have to say I very much appreciate this. So I wish all the consortium members all the best for the future, and I hope that the work HuMUS started will continue to flourish in the future, because what I hear now is that the majority of you really want to continue with what HuMUS started, with the territorial management agreements, with the movement and the spirit that has been created over the last 3 years. I think we should have a round of applause actually for Ana Laura and for Francesco for the last 3 years. Yeah. I hope you enjoy your evening today in Brussels and that you celebrate, even if this is not maybe the best weather for 2 Italians. But congratulations for the last 3 years.
As if introductions were needed for you. Now, Harry de Lang, Director of the Research Unit at DG Agriculture and Rural Development of the European Commission, I think is the best possible person to finish this day of work and to do some closing remarks. And Sandra, thank you so much. You give us motivation to go back to work and do it even better.
Yeah, but not today.
Not today, tomorrow.
It's Saturday tomorrow.
Well, thank you for the introduction, but I'm not yet director. I'm head of unit.
Oh, sorry.
Head of unit of the Research and Innovation Unit in DG Agri. Good afternoon. So it's a real pleasure for me to participate in this final conference of the HuMUS project. We have come a very long way in terms of soil health. Let me just recall some of the steps that we have taken over the course of the past few years. So in 2021, the Commission adopted the EU soil strategy for 2030, setting the objective of achieving healthy soils by 2050 with concrete actions by 2030. And in that same year, of course, we had Mission Soil, Soil Deal for Europe, launched to accelerate the transition and to support the long-term EU commitments under the Green Deal and the Sustainable Development Goals. And then we had a number of further policy milestones. We've had the Nature Restoration Law of 2024, aiming to restore ecosystems and habitats and species across the EU's land and sea areas. We've had this year, February, the Vision for Agriculture and Food, which clearly refers to Mission Soil as a way to support farmers in their transition to sustainable soil practices through a combination of research and innovation, on-site testing, experimentation, contributing to this common goal of healthy soils. And then, of course, we have the Soil Monitoring and Resilience Directive, adopted last month, officially signed last week, which is, of course, a key step in consolidating soil strategy goals. The Member States will first monitor and then assess the health of all soils in their territory so that sustainable soil management practices and other appropriate measures can be taken by authorities and landowners across the EU. So in this way, with all these milestones, the EU has enabled an agreement on common objectives, and it is providing supporting tools, but full implementation can, of course, not be achieved without the engagement of everyone involved. And the Horizon Europe Mission Soil Deal for Europe plays a critical role here in engaging citizens in R&I activities dealing with the grand societal challenges. And this objective of healthy soils by 2050, it really requires a shared understanding of the nature of the challenges, and it also requires co-created public but also private solutions for the protection and the restoration of soil health. And in that perspective, creating effective and societally desirable ways of changing land use to achieve soil health outcomes is necessarily locally specific. And we're seeing an increasing number of municipalities and regions pursuing soil-related goals identified by citizens. We count around 154 local authorities actively involved in 7 projects. Of course, there's HuMUS, but I can also mention NB Soils and Go4All, Lilas for Soils, Paths for Met, and Spades. And these are typically projects where municipalities and regions are taking part to pilot activities, to pilot living labs related to land management regarding water resources, hydrological systems, and soil health. And raising awareness is key. And I congratulate HuMUS because it has really helped us achieve this objective by engaging municipalities and regions to protect and to restore soils and to increase soil literacy and involve citizens in the transition. Also by substantially increasing awareness and the understanding of the value of soils and the importance of soil health challenges and their drivers across Europe. And, of course, through more effective exchanges of experiences between municipalities and regions across Europe and sharing effectively all of the accumulated knowledge. HuMUS was among the first projects to be selected under the Soil Mission's initial calls in 21, and it really shows, of course, your very early commitment, and it really paved the way for regional and local authorities to engage in research projects and research initiatives, and not only those funded by the EU. And today, HuMUS presented their new promising tool, the Territorial Management Agreement. This conference marks the administrative conclusion of the project, but it will no doubt continue to have an impact on partners' communities, and it will also surely inspire future projects. And as you may have seen in the 2025 missions calls, we are currently selecting which project will initiate the implementation of at least 40 territorial management agreements. Of course, you are aware that for Horizon Europe, we will have the publication of the work program next month, and the same for the mission, of course. Looking further ahead, we have the MFF proposal. There, of course, we have the proposal on the next Horizon Europe, FP10, with an almost doubling of the budget, 175 billion euros. Closely linked to the European Competitiveness Fund, 234 billion euros. And of course, there will be scope for pursuing the goal of healthy soils under Horizon and under the Competitiveness Fund. And just picking up on one of the questions that was raised earlier, of course, there is also the proposal on the next Common Agricultural Policy. And there, a whole process is envisaged of a little bit like the current CAP, that the Commission would make recommendations, and then the member states would make or would develop national regional partnership plans, and then of course there would be an assessment and approval procedure. But what we are looking into is to link all of the accumulated knowledge, all of the best practices, data accumulated under Mission Soil, to link this and to feed this into these recommendations to the member states, because one of the objectives under the next CAP relates precisely to soil health. So this is how we are trying to valorize all of the different initiatives and all of the different accomplishments under Mission Soil, including your project. So I very, very sincerely congratulate all of you and thank you for this early commitment, for all of your valuable contributions, and I wish you continued successful collaboration, and I hope you will inspire many, many others to follow. Thank you.
So thanks again, everyone. I mean, everything has already been said. Has already been said. Thank you so much for being here. And hopefully, actually, not hopefully, I am sure we'll keep working together.